Okay, so yeah, welcome to the talk. Just for delivering this talk, I start with a prequel, and the prequel has a title 2000, so the millennium, and the start of an undiagnosed PTSD, post-traumatic stress disorder. So I am Dennie Declercq, and I'm president and Microsoft MVP and IT coach at DDSoft, a non-profit in Belgium who connects the IT industry with the social industry. And I'm very happy that I'm an MVP, but it's not the talk of today. I'm not going to talk about my greatest and latest inclusion and software IDs. It doesn't matter. I'm going to talk today about my mental health journey and things that not a lot of people know of me. But it's my time to walk it, our time. Since I was in 2000, my whole childhood, there were difficulties. I was different than the other child. And my parents needed help to find it. And they placed me to a clinic where they needed to diagnose my autism. And unfortunately, they not only gave my autism diagnosis, they gave me a big traumatic experience of the psychiatry. At this time, that was the psychiatry. And it was a real big trauma, being afraid of being punished, being afraid of being away from my parents, being afraid for being locked up. Let's say it's a nice backpack to start your life, your education, your career. And so that impacts your life, and that makes that you make small choices based on anxiety. So my whole life, I am making small choices based on anxiety. Should I eat fries tonight or not? Because I lost 40 kilo, and maybe if I eat fries, I will become too fat again. Should I eat 2 potatoes or 3 or 4 or 5? I don't want to get weight anymore, but I also don't want to have anorexia or a low energy power. So, but will I be punished if I make a choice? And of course, I only doing very legal things. Not as a joke, because I really don't dare to do bad things, but even for the very legal things, I'm afraid to being punished. And I ask everyone everything. And at the top of my 2000 experience, 2017, I had my first relationship. And at this time, still my only relationship. It was a lovely girl, lady, I don't say her name due to privacy. It was a relation based on anxiety. We are reinforcing each other's anxiety with the best intent, but it was. I'm not going to detail just about the relation, it's a part of her, but one thing is really important during the rest of this talk. If I was already afraid, anxious about psychiatrists and psychologists, that relationship make it works. And 2020, who knows what happens in 2020? Of course, no, not kidding. Most people were being afraid of getting sick due to COVID, let's say legitimately. And there are also people not being afraid for having it, but just missing the life, missing conferences, missing travel, missing their friends. They're just a bit bored. I was scared to death. Not for to death in the sense of having COVID, but being punished if I walk outside, being more and more regulations that I was not able to see my parents anymore. It was really not okay. Even I am going together with an organization in Ithaca where I'm a double position, client and volunteer. I needed a special attest paper that my parents always were able to visit me and I them, even when police should control, specific in the first lockdown. But that wasn't enough. And my anxiety was to the maximum, and physical tensions and pain. And yeah, you know, when it's going the wrong path, it can always be worse, because there was be my first conference again would be in November 2021 at my birthday. I just catch COVID in that moment myself. So my first conference, birthday thing, I was in lockdown. And to be honest, I wasn't physically too sick. No. In my situation, I'm not saying it's not a work disease. In my situation, as a healthy man, just lost at that time 40 kilos, physically, I could more than handle it. But my PTSD, my anxiety, it was not okay. It was being even more afraid of myself, and I didn't dare to talk about it with my GP, with my coach, due to my PTSD. They will send me to a psychiatrist, and it was, oh my God, these were dark days. So we became 2022, so we went November 2021, not that good. Then January 2022, this year, I really realized, Dennie, you need help. And why did I know this? I have one thing that saved me. I have a very strong limit, barrier on days that I can't feel depressed. But normally, I can be anxious, very anxious. I'm constantly anxious, or most of the time, but also very happy, positive thinking. And if the barrier, the threshold of stress days is maybe 3 or 5 days, really, in a year, of course. And I reached that in January, more than reached it. I talked to my coach Alke, who unfortunately I knew this year, since last week, I need to change coach just because she has another job, you know. There's no budget in social care, and it's okay. But Alke, I'm happy for all what you did. She was her name. She really helped me about my limits and borders. She's saying me, you can go to your general practitioner and saying that he cannot send you to a psychiatrist or a psychologist and really help you. And the conversation with her started, and at my GP. Let's say the way to heal was started.
Bang. Good afternoon, everybody, and thank you again for coming here from me this time. My childhood was not as eventful as Dennie's. However, I did have various health issues, and they put me in hospital a few times, which caused me to miss an amount of school between the ages of 9 and 16. Thankfully, the doctors didn't tell us that it was anything serious, so it was just the time that I was missed, but it set me apart a little bit. On top of that, even when I was at school, I was always the outsider. And over the years, from, I don't know if that tracks in Norway, but from primary school as a young child up until college and university, I went through an amount of mental and physical bullying from the people that I went to school with. Those wonderful school years, best years of your life, really not even close. And for all the people that love to use the English phrase, sticks and stones may break my bones, but names will never hurt me, as a way of telling me that what was happening was okay, it wasn't. It was really bad. And that constant low-level abuse really affected me. To the point where, from a really young age, and until now, I have dealt with unaliving ideation. I'll be honest, I've been dealing with this that long and that often. I didn't know it was weird until I was speaking to a therapist about it, and they told me that it's not a usual thing and it's taking energy from me. Put all of that together through my childhood, and I found it very, very hard to make friends. I'm 46 now, and I find it just as hard to make friends, and it does affect my daily life. My prequel, I kind of want to take you back to 2018, before COVID. This was the lowest part of my life. It should have been amazing. I had a job that I adored. I have had an amazing family. It's had because it was 2018, but I still have them. I had a young son who was just absolutely squee. I really should have been flying. But I wasn't. I was supremely struggling. I couldn't do the most basic tasks. I would turn up to the office every day, but I couldn't do any of the work that I was supposed to be doing. I honestly don't know how I wasn't fired, or at the very least someone pull me aside and say, hey, why aren't you pulling your weight here? Rather, I would get in, I would sit down my desk, I would stare not at the monitors, but past the monitors. I would bite back the tears and try and keep a mask on my face, and I would just want to hide in a dark room or under the desk. And if work was bad, I'm going to be honest, home was probably even worse. I worked 36 hours a week. When I got my son, I went down to 36 hours, so on a Friday afternoon, I could spend time playing with him and be with him and do stuff. And that just really didn't happen. Friday afternoons were just spent on the sofa, huddled in the corner. From the outside, I was just staring into space. I just looked like a really terrible, inattentive mother. Inside my head, it was a totally different situation. I don't have the language to adequately express how I was feeling at this time. It's kind of a very strange nothing, an emptiness, but that doesn't cover it. But on top of that, I had a voice screaming at me as well. You've taken 36 hours to play with your son. Why are you on the sofa? Get off the sofa, go play with him. Why aren't you moving yet? Just get off the sofa, join in his game. It's what you should be doing for. Why aren't you moving? Hours and hours long, stuck on the sofa with this. The guilt of not being able to physically move and join in his games still haunts me now. And at some point, it got too much. The mask started to slip, and my partner noticed. And she said, "You need help." She convinced me to get an appointment with the doctor, who thankfully believed me and sent me to a therapist so that I could start to work on my recovery. So Dennie, I need a break. Maybe you can manifested itself for you.
Of course I can. So, it's well known, I already said that I have autism or that I'm on the autistic spectrum. It's well known that those people have difficulties with making eye contact. Just common sense. But if I'm experiencing anxiety, my abilities to make eye contact are really, really decreasing under any logical term. And so if I need to talk with my coach or with my GP about stuff, really deep mental stuff, my darkest thoughts, my anxiousness, then I cannot make eye contact with them. And if you don't make eye contact, even if people want to help you, like in a panic attack, it may look selfish or disinterested or not alert. And then I'm thinking a bit about the whole talk. You will see that I have the rational part and the emotional part, and they are never aligned. Of course not. So now I came to the point that I say to my coach or my GP, okay, I am intentionally going to look to the other side, like looking to the wall, because then you will hear my story. If I need to make eye contact, you won't hear at all. And here also comes the extreme need for confirmations. You know, I already need lots of confirmations, but in time of anxiety, I'm so insecure. I should really call my dad to ask what to eat tonight. If I'm going to have a drink tonight, how many potatoes or how many meat I need to eat. It's not okay, but it's only my parents. And if it's my parents and my coach, wow, what is it? It's not best, but it's okay. It can be worse because, you know, I have a non-profit. If you need to call to your customers and you need to ask them if they are angry on you, if you did something wrong, if you asked too much money, if you worked too late, it's not okay. And of course, not everyone appreciates all the conversations. So you have your near persons, like my parents, my coach, my GP, have your customers, and then you have the other people, like friends, or the people that you interact with during the day. You can't imagine how negative they react if you need to ask. If you pretend that you are clever and you can travel the world, but you ask the dumbest question, did I do this good? Since I was 16 years old, due to stress, pressure, and my anxiety, it was causing physical tensions. So physical muscles and organs were coming together, tense together, and hurt like hell. and even becoming inflamed. And of course, there always should be a work spark. There's a taboo with this because the location, I will not say where, but it's on a very, let's say, nice place. Let's say, use a hashtag, no comments. And being a minority, and a minority is something hateful. So I'm going to self-support group of people with autism. Not all of them, but the majority of autistic people are introverted and don't like the stuff like conferences, traveling, all the stuff. I'm autistic, extroverted, I need all the stimuli, and I'm suffering a PTSD, undiagnosed or post-traumatic stress disorder, that I don't know everything about, but a lot of things. They really don't understand that I'm anxious of stuff which nobody else is anxious about, but other things that they are anxious about, I just do with the biggest pleasure. Stacy, have you something else on my funny cocktail?
I have some things, and for how my anxiety manifests is actually a really tough question to answer because there's such a wonderful cocktail of stuff going on in my head. Trying to figure out where some stuff stops and other stuff starts, it's really tough. But there's a few things that do come through. First one is what I said in the opening, that unaliving ideation. Like I said, it's happened that long and that often that I honestly didn't realize it wasn't normal. Now, I do want to stress that for me, it is just the ideation, working out how to do it and working out what the chances of it working are and how I can't upset other people by doing it, and I could never do the last two, which I'm really pleased about. I was working out with my therapist when I must have started this, and I got to the point, I must have been about 8 years old when I first did this. And something negative happened, so I couldn't complete a task. Somebody bullied me. Thankfully, that happens less now than as a child. When I was clumsy, which happens really frequently if you're in the hotel at breakfast this morning and you heard a smash, that was me dropping a plate and a load of butter down my dress. This is immediately where my thoughts go. I also suffer from depressive mood syndrome, and the line is a bit blurred here because that is a diagnosis all by itself. But my depressive moods trigger anxiety attacks, and my anxiety triggers depressive mood attacks, so they can be kind of self-feeding. And this is what was happening when I was on the sofa with my son, just not being able to move, that really weird, empty feeling. So I can't say how it felt, but it was the worst feeling I've ever had in my life. And I suffer a little bit with emotional control problems, and that manifests itself in a few different ways. Now, I love coming to conferences, because I love seeing what I can learn. I love being inspired by other people, and I love seeing all the awesome new technology. I'm a geek. But it also means being with other people, and that is something that I struggle with. More often than not, traveling to a conference or a meetup, especially in the Netherlands when I'm driving there, I will be literally crying and having to force myself to go forward because all I want to do is turn around. I use up so much energy, I get exhausted before I start. And it's not just conferences. I can't join in with normal things. My colleagues arrange to go out after work, and I just come up with excuses. Or I say yes, and then I make myself physically ill with stress leading up to it. Or I force myself to go, and I spend the night climbing the walls, biting back the tears before I eventually have to leave and break down. Now, I keep my mask in place. My colleagues generally don't know that this happens to me. But as soon as you get out of sight, that mask disappears, and it's awful. And it just means that a lot of the time, I just simply don't join in activities. I want to, desperately, but I just can't get over the fear of doing it. And it even comes down to things like small talk. Having lunch with your colleagues is something that is incredibly difficult for me to do. I just end up sitting there silently, listening. If someone asks me a question directly, I'll give an answer, and as soon as it's out of my mouth, I'll think, well, that was stupid. Not because I want to say stupid things, but I just assume that anything that comes out of my mouth is just blah. And it runs through my head in the world. I am just the biggest fool in the world, and everybody else thinks that too. So I just try and hide in the corner out of the way where nobody can see me. Put that all together, and basically I just spend my life assuming that every interaction I have with another human being is just them being polite to me. Just long enough so that they can then go off and find somebody they actually want to talk to and somebody that's worth their time. Which leads me to shutting myself off from the world. Friends, families, strangers, it doesn't matter. Putting myself in the same room as other people is really dangerous for me and my mental health. But I want to circle around one bit because there's an important point here, and if I look at what Danny said about how it affects him and the way it affects me, there's two things. We have the same things and different things. So for example, that need for validation, that's absolutely me. It's, I can't cope with, if we're saying nothing, you're doing it right. I need to know that I'm doing it right. And that's whether that's my job or whether that's being with my friends. And I feel really bad for needing that validation because I know I'm not the lowest maintenance person to know, and I apologize to everybody for that. But going back to Dennie, there were some things that are absolutely not the same. And I want to go back to 2020, to COVID, because that whole situation for the world was terrible, obviously. As far as my social anxiety goes, it was actually perfect because I could lock myself in my house, I could work remotely, I didn't have to socialize, I didn't have to see my colleagues apart from Zoom calls, and I actually recharged an amount of time through that. So that's my things that are different, Dennie. What's different for you?
Maybe start at my similarities. I was also bullied a lot, even after my autism diagnosis. But yeah, it was not added in this talk. I have other talks talking about my bullying. And of course, I have also differences. I never had the unaliving ideation. Even in my works day, even if I call the press day, it's not in that part. And what I have is just nobody was interested in me. Like at the company, the factory for people with disabilities, I couldn't be a software engineer or be able to program others why you shouldn't be there. And yeah, emotional outbursts. Of course you have it if you always are. If people don't see you, if they don't want to see you, and if they want to encourage you that you are wrong. So yeah, you know what I mean.
This has been really dark, hasn't it? I'm afraid it's going to get darker just for a few more minutes, but there is some light coming at the end, don't worry. And, well, let's get on with the darkness so we can get it out of the way. And for this one, I'm going to ask Dennie, what have you done to help your anxiety which didn't work for you?
Yeah, of course, we try things that don't work, unfortunately. So I was an expert. I would say I was, but I'm still, unfortunately, an expert in pseudo-positive thinking. So it's not the same as positive thinking. Positive thinking, I really believe, and is good. Pseudo-positive thinking is seeing the good things that not there. It's making fairy tales to yourself that you know they are fairy tales. It's like in March 2020, it will be next month I will be traveling again. It's not that bad. It's not only about each month postponing, it's also that method not only that. Then you are going to reevaluate yourself. I'm not that anxious. Then I was in 2017 when I had that. I really call it my relation based on anxiety. It's not that bad. And then you really need to look in the mirror and say, Dennie, are you kidding, my friend? You are lying. Isn't really not that bad? Is it works, or at least the same? Dennie. Which fairy tales do you believe in? So yeah, that is pseudo-positive thinking. It's it's sad to say that, but my autism self-support groups that really helped. And the fact of my autism, really my anxiety and my autism is completely different things. And for the whole anxiety part in this difficult time, it didn't help me at all. They couldn't understand that I need stimuli, I should be afraid of catching COVID and not be able to travel is just an imaginary thing that's not that bad. And not being able to go to your parents, yeah, you even shouldn't want to go to your parents in these times. They really didn't, the people that I had in the group, they didn't do their best to try to understand me. That I'm not only a person with autism, but also somebody with really severe anxieties, with really traumatic experiences, with PTSD. Even I say that, my just like, blah, into the void. And of course, I know we are going to very specific topics. What also didn't help is declining my own PTSD. And sorry, if my parents are rewatching this talk, and they will do because they are fucking proud of me. But they always ignored how traumatic that experience in the child clinic was, in the child psychiatry. And they shut me up talking about it in the past. You put too much, you think too much about this, don't think about that. So there was a time that they are declining my own PTSD. You shouldn't have PTSD just for going to a clinic. But also myself, you are thinking, yeah, but no, it's really not that. It's not okay. That times in the clinic has even way more impact on me than I can think this time. It's even worse than I think the impact. It's not okay. That's the first normal thing. If a person suffered anxiety or depression or just mental health, the first logical thing is going to a therapist.
Yes.
But if you really don't trust them because there's something broken. And no, I shouldn't say they are even bad. As I said, 17. I just have a confirmation of my ID. So you decline. But I also was declining my PTD. I was not willing to talk each day about my anxiety. So let's say I was in the quantum superposition of drama. And of course, the people that you talk to, just being normal, just too normal. Don't ask for extra things. You don't need help. We can all do it. Just doing normal, you know. Stacy, what are your things that didn't work?
I have some things which they kind of like quite similar. I mean, the first of all was just simply ignoring it didn't work. As I said, I've had this since I was a child, and for the longest time, I just tried to ignore it and carry on with my life. Just pretend it's not there. And obviously that didn't work. There were ups, there were downs, but I think I can count on one hand the amount of days that I can actually say I was, if I understand the term correctly, happy, because I don't actually know what that's supposed to mean. So simply trying to pretend that this wasn't a problem and forcing myself to continue isn't an option. I also got advice from lots of people trying to help me, and that didn't work either. And the first one was, just smile. There were times when I was doing my best not to collapse as a complete mess on the ground, and somebody seriously said to me, you just need to smile, because that's going to release endorphins in your brain, and that will change your mood. I don't know if that works for people who aren't neurodiverse, but I can tell you it doesn't work for me. It has zero effect. In fact, it has less than zero effect because it makes me feel actively worse because I am failing at improving my mood by doing something that everybody's telling me should improve my mood. The other one that people like to say to me about going out with colleagues and things is, do it anyway. The more you do it, the easier it will get. I tried that, and it did not get easier. If anything, it got worse. Each time I would try it, I would be more of a wreck before, during, and after, and also trying to figure out in my mind, what am I doing wrong that this isn't working for me? After 6 months, I gave up because it was just obviously going in the wrong direction. And the other one, and I know this works for other people, and I'm not trying to say it shouldn't work for anybody, but it really doesn't work for me. Yoga, meditation, and mindfulness. I have done yoga, and you know what? The physical exercise part, the stretching, I love it. For the body, I like yoga. It worked. Didn't do anything to help my head, but for the body, it was fine. What didn't help is being in a small vestibule with 20 other people for 10 minutes before the start of the class, and then being in the class with them seeing you make your mistakes and making a fool of yourself. And then leaving afterwards through one tiny door, figuring out where am I supposed to join the queue to leave. There's people putting their mats back. Do I need to wait back before I put my mat back? Can I put it back now? And it sounds ridiculous when I say it, but that is what goes through my head. But the yoga itself, physical exercise, awesome. Can recommend that. For the meditation and for the mindfulness, that was just plainly awful. That does absolutely nothing for me. And each yoga lesson ended with 10 minutes of meditation. And at least half of them saw me biting back tears by the time I left, and the other half, I was just so supremely bored by the time it finished. Now, I'm going to be honest, not all of this is down to my anxiety. I have a couple of other issues too. One of them is I'm an aphant. I cannot visualize anything in my head. The Apple test that's been doing the rounds, I just see a black thing. There's nothing there. So spending 10 minutes with somebody telling me to imagine a scene, picture yourself here, put yourself in contact with your body, I haven't got a clue what they're talking about. And I literally spend 10 minutes going, I'm on a beach, there's sand, it's gritty, there's a sea in front of me. And this is just a narrative description going over and over in my head with me going, why am I not relaxing? Why is everybody else this working and it's not working for me? It was awful. The other issue that I had is misophonia. There are certain sounds that just completely trigger anxiety attacks in me. Half the music they used for this meditation was actually quite nice. If you could filter out the instructor, you could kind of do something. And half of it just had certain things in it at weird places that totally triggered you. And again, I just want to climb the walls. And even if I could get past that, meditation in my head goes like this. Okay, relax. Breathe in. Breathe out. Wait, was that too fast? How long should I be holding my breath for? Am I relaxing yet? I'm not relaxing yet. Oh, crap, I forgot to breathe. Okay, I'm still not relaxed. Why can't I do this? 10 minutes long is not a good thing to go through. Mindfulness, I don't know if I'm doing it right or not, but what I can say is being in the moment and living what I'm doing, I can forget what I'm doing halfway through doing my shoes up, and I wish I was joking there, but I'm not. I can't do mindfulness in what I'm doing because I just zone out constantly and I've got no clue. So again, the similar spiral starts. Why isn't this doing what it's supposed to for me? This all sounds really negative. I think we're done with the dark stuff now. There might be a few bits put in, but I think we're done with the dark stuff now. But I do want to really stress all these things that we've said haven't worked for us, haven't worked for us. It's the effort that we've put in and we didn't get the payback that we wanted. Circle around to what we talked about after how it manifested. We're all different and we have different manifestations of what's happening here. Because it didn't work for us, doesn't mean it's not going to work for somebody else. It simply means that Dennie didn't respond to the things that he did, and I didn't respond to the things that I did. I would not want to tell anybody not to try anything, because maybe it might be life-changing for them. Now let's get some proper positivity into proceedings and start to smile. Dennie,
Yeah,
what did work for you?
a lot of things. But first, they always say it, especially if you're in the tech industry, where is the proof of the pudding? In the eating. And you are saying that not the same things are working for each of us. For me, mindfulness, yoga, and that stuff helps. It really helps, but not enough. But it can help me, by example, getting release tension and getting some basic rest. I do breathing exercises, but just not enough. One of my customers at the DSoft, my non-profit, that I founded, has a practice of emotional freedom techniques. And I'm a special one. I really like that mixed interactions, where I am customer, but they are also customer of me. It's like different hats. So I was making a portal for that person, and I was saying, I'm going to be customer with you too, I need some EFT for you. Of course, it was nice. It's like tapping on your face or on your head, so really tapping and saying some mantras. It didn't really help, but I really don't want to say that it was counterproductive because it's not in the last session for a reason. At this time, it comes from the alternative/spiritual phase. Like law as attraction is also come from, and I used it. But that was specifically in the time at my peak of anxiety. This time is all since COVID. And this time that I really need to thank the goddamn conspiracy theorists. Because thanks to them, even nothing about those spirituality is taking serious anymore. Thank you so much. And then you don't dare to do it fully, because you are afraid, because it's taboo to do spiritual stuff, alternative stuff. And if you don't do it fully, you need to surrender to these things. If everything lies down on COVID and all the fucking conspiracy, sorry for that word, I think I will try to do that again from some little issues to fix them still. So it was not over after my EFT. It was like, but then I talked again to my coach Alke, and I was saying, no, it's really, really not okay. And one of the things she said, you need to go to someone. And the good thing is, I say my coach is going to leave, but I have something really good to say. My new coach already know that will be the same person that learned me all the stuff that I'm going to talk in this slide and the other slide, so everything comes good with me. So the first thing was pressure techniques. It's putting intentional pressure on physical props. Like example, a towel. Or a wall. Not that wall. It's not the wall. I will not put physical tension on it. And so it's like thinking on a problem or something that really makes you afraid, breathing in, putting real tension on it, breathing out. It was very special because it released my tension. I really, the last months, years, let's say, I had chronic tension and pain, physical pain, in strange places. It could be over for days or for, not say weeks. But then I started to have panic attacks, and that I didn't have before. So it was very special. It was a bit of counterproductive because I knew the psychiatrist, it was a psychiatrist, with that ideation of pressure techniques. And again, I didn't trust it enough, and I didn't do it to the fully because it comes from a psychiatrist. And in the worst scenario, maybe that I will need to go to that person. Even they promise you will not be needing to go. Strange brain that I have. But the real start was a psychoeducation. Because I'm living with anxiety for such a long time, and I was never able to go to psychiatric clinic, or it also exists in daycare or psychologists. One of the things that they do there is psychoeducation. It can be one-on-one or in a group, that you really learn on things about anxiety, because there's things to know about it. So I was not able to do it all these years, and the same person, Jorgen, let's call it, was able to give me, it was really a half a day psychoeducation with some people. I learned loads. Really, I didn't know even that there were different kinds of anxiety, and there are triggers, and not only triggers, but pre-triggers, and not only symptoms, but pre-symptoms. And in fact, you can know if this happened, this will automatically lead to anxiety and panic attacks. That was really, really helpful to learn this stuff, like especially the things who come before, and if you can do, let's say, quick fixes before it's going too bad. So it was getting better, but the real thing, there's only being one thing that really helps me, is being just 100%, sorry, 100% is always a lie. Sorry, if people, I plan to send this link to my coaches and my GP. I know I'm saying 100% is a lie. That's how I am. Maybe you see it's me speaking at the conference and not in your office. It will be better. But being open and vulnerable and trust them. Really trust them and being really, really open and vulnerable about even your darkest thoughts or the most ridiculous things that I'm anxious about. Just like walking outside the street and being arrested. It's not really that thing that happens a lot. And that really helps. And also explaining how bad that I feel in some reactions. And sometimes also a bit about my traumatic experience that I had before. But also being able to say to them, I really don't dare to talk about it. I feel that there's a problem. But maybe if I talk about it, I will reinforce a law of attraction and it will happen again. Just being able to say those things to them, that's magical, honestly. And that really helps me. And sometimes you need to do, it's like a stack, it's and. It's not or. You need to be open, you need to do that exercises and some breathing and some pressure. You need to knowledge, and sometimes it's still not enough. And you need to take some medication. And for some people, that's really taboo because people are very, very irrational. They forgot one thing. They forgot that your thoughts are in your brain, and your brains are a physical part of your body, your brains. And anxious feelings and depressed feelings, these are just different ways of working the body. And so they take, if I really hurt my arm or break my leg, it's okay to take medication, painkillers. If I have inflammation, let's take medication. But if I have mentally deep problems, that's not my body, I just imagine this. No, these are stuff in your brain. So I don't say you need to do it, and I will not say any name, because it's just like physical medication, for physical things, it's just the same. It's your own GP, doctor, or specialist, in the psychiatrist, or doesn't matter, it's your specialist or GP that need to decide what medication is needed for you and will maybe help to cure you. Yeah. So, Stacy, what did help for you, in fact?
Well, the first thing that really helped me is actually what I'm doing right now. So thank you, everybody, because speaking and standing on stage has been amazing in my life. And this seems really counterintuitive, because I've just told you that I struggle being around people, I struggle with crowds, I get anxiety whilst traveling, and yet here I am in a different country in front of a load of people with 2,800 people I heard walking around here, and I'm saying that this helps me. It's really hard to explain. The traveling in the hallway track totally trigger me. That still gives me humongous amounts of anxiety. It can be really hard. But when I get on here, on the podium, and I get to talk, and I get to share in my technical sessions my knowledge with people and hopefully introduce them to awesome new stuff. And in these sessions where I get to just like be open and try and help people going through the same thing, I just love it. There's also something to remember, and I mean this in the nicest possible way, but this is not me having a random conversation with somebody in the hallway track. This is basically me and Dennie having a monologue. When I was young, I always wanted to be an actor. I don't know if Lars is in the room, but he asked, what's your dream? Lars, my dream is to be an actor, but I never followed it up because it caused anxiety thinking about it. Maybe I should try it. But being here and doing this, it makes a huge difference. And the energy that it gives me is spectacular. It also gives me a connection, which I wasn't used to or expecting, to be honest. When I started speaking in 2019, I met this amazing group of people. It was the other speakers. And I have never met another group so supportive, so wanting you to succeed, so wanting to help you. And I'm just honored that I can call an amount of those people my friends now, and I never expected to use that phrase ever. But it's not only the speakers, it's also you, the attendees. I struggle in the hallway. Put me into a room with 1,000 or 2,800 people, and I get so lonely it is physically painful. I cannot go up to somebody and start a conversation. However, if somebody wants to come up to me and speak to me, I can kind of do that conversation. And some of the discussions I've had after I've got off a stage, some of the people I've met, have been absolutely amazing. And the energy that I get from all of this as a whole more than makes up for the energy it takes to actually get here and deal with the anxiety. On a more therapeutic side, something that has really helped me is EMDR, eye movement desensitization and reprocessing. And I said it correctly first time, 'cause
Congratulations.
that did not happen during the rehearsals, I can tell you. When I was working through therapy, one of the things that came up was, as well as anxiety and the depressive mood, I also have CPTSD, complex post-traumatic stress disorder. That one's easier than EMDR. And it's PSTD, okay, maybe it's not, that isn't just built up by one big event. It is something that happens with lots of possibly small, insignificant events that just happen over time. And this CPTSD, no. And that just totally contributed to my anxiety. So what is EMDR and how does it help? Well, it's a therapy that uses eye movements to help you process the trauma. I have no idea how it works. It sounds like magic, but it actually worked. It was awesome. Basically, you visualize the trauma, and then the therapist waves something in front of your eyes, and you follow it with your eyeballs, which is really exhausting. It's amazing how much energy it takes to move your eyes. And it somehow helps reprocess something in your brain, and it helps you move on a little bit. I said visualize, which is interesting, because 5 minutes ago I said that I'm an AFAN, and I can't visualize. And it actually took me a while to find a therapist that was prepared to try things to see if they could work with me. And what my therapist did, rather than visualizing an event, because my memory doesn't work like that either, I can't pull up individual events from my childhood that well, she worked more on clusters that all brought about the same emotions. And what she would do is speak to me until those emotions surfaced. Then she'd do the side-to-side thing. And we'd work on it that way. It was really hard. Some clusters took more than one session to work through, and at the end of those sessions, I was broken, and I was broken for days after it finished. But I kept at it, and over a course of about 6 months, we managed to work through them all. And like I said, I've got no idea how this works. Seems like magic. But I still have all the same memories, but they really don't have the same emotional impact as they had before. The last thing that helped, acceptance and self-introspection. This was the hardest thing to learn. In fact, I don't know if I learned to accept myself or it's just at some point I did. And accept myself as in my foibles, my flaws, my weaknesses, my strengths, because people tell me I have them. My quirks, my idiosyncrasies, my everything. I am who I am, and I'm not going to change anymore. I'm not going to be somebody else, and I'm not going to be somebody else's idea of who I should be. I'm going to try with the last one. I'm still struggling, but I'm working at it. So, hi, I'm Stacy. I adore building stuff with Lego. I have a house full of it. I love the Marvel MCU. Sorry, Jimmy, if you're ever watching this, but hashtag Team Marvel. I love cars and speed and adrenaline and gadgets. Tech is awesome. I obviously love 50s style. I love books, though I don't read as often as I wish I did. I love stuff which other people think is childish or silly. I like to be silly. I like to be serious too. I'm me. I'm in no way cured. I still have anxiety. I still have depressive moods. I still have lots of problems. Though I think I have accepted that I can be content with my life and see joy without actually knowing what the term happy means and if it applies to me. And when I got to this point, I actually started to see the layers underneath the anxiety, and I started to explore those too. It's like Shrek with the onions. I have layers. And as the next one was visible, I started to work on it, and after some time and a lot of research, I probably also got undiagnosed ADHD. And I say probably because my therapist has worked with me on this and gone, yeah, you fulfill the criteria, it's a good chance. But you can't get a diagnosis without a psychiatrist where I live, and it can have legal implications, and I don't know if I want to go down that road yet. We'll see what happens in the future. But it doesn't matter whether or not it gets made official, knowing about it and looking at the accommodations that you can do to help that have helped me. In my handbag, there's noise-cancelling headphones, because if the noise out there gets too much, those headphones are on, and it will bring me down just a tiny, weeny little bit. I make sure that I can escape to places. I can see stuff coming now, and I can try and not control it before it happens, but I can try and take mitigating steps to stop it. All of this has helped me lower my anxiety a reasonable amount. Dennie, back to you.
Just a small thing to add from my side, as at we didn't help, it's just the same, this is our experience. This might work for you, what helped for us, but it also may not work for you. One thing that definitely helps is if you have support from your friend, from your family. But not everything that people say or do, even not everything they say or do with the best intent, is good for you. People can say advices with the really, really best intent, but it does make it worse. And then being able to think about it, to reflect about it, to feel about it, and then to talk about it is something, it's really, really a skill. I want to give you also some tips. What can you do? And the people watching this talk, and all the other people that should know, this kind of talk should be broadcasted on national television instead of the other drama. And just listen to me. And don't judge me if I'm afraid of X, for example, being alone at home and maybe not being able to contact, but that I should be afraid of that, catching COVID and dying. Even if I'm willing to explain something, please don't act as you are a pretender. I'm a pretender. There are people saying that I pretend that I know what's good for me, but that I don't know. If you do that, you will reach one goal. The trust in you will be completely over. Maybe you want this. And if something not relative or not relevant or not believable from your perspective, this doesn't make it a lie in my perspective. And be kind. Some people I know do need the hard hand. As some people need the soft hand. And I am a white, middle-aged man, 35 years old, but I definitely need the soft hand. I need the cuddling. I need that over good thing on the world. Say, oh, you did it good too. Yeah, you did it good. Yeah, it's okay. You feel safe. The hard way, like sometimes on television, the personal coaches, the hard way will just destroy me even more. And sometimes it's a shame to say it in my situation. So if you really think you need to reinforce the hard hand methodology, okay, trust will be completely collapsed even more, and it is done. I just need to say one thing more. What's really also helped for me is traveling, being at a conference, being in the scene. And Faithless has a very famous song, God is a DJ. But I am saying conferences are my therapists.
And for me, the tip for how somebody can help me, talk to me. It's really that simple. If I'm standing in the corner at a conference, at a party, wherever, come up and speak to me. I will really appreciate it. I might not be up to having a conversation because I might be too far gone, but believe me, I will appreciate the effort. And if I'm having a major attack, also talk to me. There is an absolute non-zero chance that I will be physically incapable of actually verbalizing an answer to you. But if there's just somebody there and they're supporting, it makes the world of difference. Someone being there until you come back down to earth. So that's our experiences. But obviously we want to give you some leaving messages too. Things that you can do, take away with you and think about. Now the first one is Dennie and I are not therapists. We are not experts And we are not professionals. We are just people who have been through this. And we want to help others. And that means, and I know repeating ourselves here, everything that we have said is only valid for Dennie and for myself. Other people may have entirely different responses. We also want to say that if you are talking to somebody who's got mental health issues, please remember that you're also not a therapist. And please think about what Dennie said with the advice and what I've said with the advice. So much that's been given to us over the years has been given with such truly good intentions, but it's had totally the wrong impact. And there's memes that go around the internet that you've probably seen comparing mental health to physical health, and I love them because it totally visualizes how it is in my head. I have a trick knee. It plays up occasionally, and it is seriously painful. And you know what? When I'm in agony, not one person has ever told me to just go for a walk, or to just go for a run, or to just think happy thoughts and the pain will go away. No, obviously they tell me, sit down, you can't stand up. And they tell me to take it easy and to stop running for a week, and I ignore them and make it worse. And mental health is the same. And yet people just generally don't really treat it that way. I just get, you're fine. Everybody has anxiousness. Everybody struggles with these things. And they're saying it in a really supportive way, and it's what they think they're doing, but actually it's just dismissive to me. It comes across as saying that you're not really struggling. I'm not having problems. My issues aren't real. Everybody has these, and they can carry on. Well, if that's true, then why the hell does it simply destroy me when it happens to me? So if you're talking to somebody with mental health issues, please, please, don't give them the advice that you think that you should be giving them. Don't tell them what they should do or what they should feel. Listen to them and let them tell you what they need. Dennie.
This is so important. So important. And I want to thank you that you are not a therapist. Otherwise, I wouldn't be able to perform this co-talk with you today because I wouldn't dare. But yeah, we are all different. We all have different experiences. There's no one right way of having social anxiety. There's no one way. It's not that, for example, that what my experience is that all the therapists are bad. Of course, it's not true. It is not that. But it's also not that everybody having difficulties should go to be mandatory to go to there. If you don't dare, then it is. Just listen, listen. It's really the most important thing. And most of the time, people know what they need. And people know what they need in which specific situation. So just listen to them and ask, what do you need? How can I accommodate you? Do you need facilities? What can I do to make you feel better? And understand, and don't judge. You cannot judge about another's emotion. It's not working. So it's for everyone different how anxiety manifests. When they are anxious, when not. Like no, here, I doesn't look anxious. Honestly, I'm not. I'm not anxious at that moment. But if you saw me last week at home and my coach, I had again very anxiety in between two conferences. I know maybe you can't imagine who was Dennie a week ago on Tuesday night. And so don't say it's a lie because you didn't see. So, as I said, conferences are therapists. And it's okay to talk about it. Yeah, really, it's great to talk about it. And it's okay to say that they shouldn't block you. But it's also okay if you don't talk about it, you cannot do it. If you are on a point that you really cannot talk about it, they cannot mandate you to talk about it, it's also okay. Hey, like, in fact, I say Dutch word, in fact, it's just all about acceptance and not judging. If I want to talk about it, it's okay. You shouldn't say, about these things we don't talk about. If I have the need, it helps to talk about, do it. But I shouldn't require you, also tell you your darkest thoughts, please. So it's all only personal experiences. But thankfully, I see there is more and more a turning point. When I started speaking at conferences, 2017, there wouldn't be so many people at the talk about dark mental health. So that's great.
And I think I just want to totally echo what Dennie said there. My whole reason for writing this talk with Dennie and for putting myself through a little bit of hell to open up the amount that I have done to do it is when I was really struggling, it was such a taboo. Nobody was talking about it. And I was terrified that if I said a word, people would just totally judge me and think really bad things about me. And so I want to start that conversation. I want people to feel that they can talk about it if they want to. But also, just like Dennie says, if you can't talk about it, if it is too hard, please do not look at us and think, I should be talking about this and force yourself. Make sure that you look after yourselves too, please. I want to thank you so much for spending this time listening to us. Oh, and apparently we have a last slide. Ah, yes, that slide. But thank you so much. Question?
Question more, I want to advocate rubber ducking because we are tech heads. We know that rubber ducking can help with programming problems, but you and to everyone else here, talking helps. And like Dennie said, it can be hard sometimes to talk to your GP or friends and family. And I'm currently volunteering for a helpline called NDC Oslo. And for all the Norwegians here or people living in Norway, remember that you don't need to, if you're suicidal, you can call us, but you don't need to be suicidal to call us or a local helpline where you live. Talking about it, rubber ducking can help. And you are anonymous, we can't punish you, we can't do anything. Yeah, talk about it, don't have it only in your head.
Awesome. Thank you very much. Can I get the link for that so I can tweet it out when we're done?
Yeah, you will
Thank
do.
you. Any other comments or questions, or do you just all want to escape now and
Or
see
wait
the light again?
afterwards, when just come to us afterwards, not in the public. Everything is possible. Thank you again.
Yeah.
All right, have everyone arrived in the back there? It's kind of hard to see, but I can see some familiar faces. Martin?
Hey, hey Martin.
All right, hi everyone. I'm Theodore.
I'm Matthias.
And yeah, so how did we end up here, right? we sort of recently inherited a rather large application written in F#. And one of the first things that happened after we had inherited it was like somebody from the F# meetup community came and said, "Oh, how would you like to give a talk about F#?" And yeah, we were sort of like, "Ooh, yeah, it would be very nice to give a talk, but we have experience with this system like a month, and we haven't written that much F#. You really sure you want to talk from us?" And they went, "Yeah, we want talks." Also, all right. So what do you suppose that we should talk about then? Yeah, we don't have this much experience. Well, you can just talk about inheriting a system. We haven't had a lot of talks about that. So I guess after some shin kicking and arm twisting from some people, you know who you are, we ended up here. So yeah, the outline for this talk is like we're going to try to give you some context to bring along on this journey, because like a good story isn't good if you know where it's set. And then we're going to try to dive into our personal inheritance story. And we're going to try to do that within a framework that sort of gives you a couple of tips on how you can make your newly written application a little bit easier for the next developer. And then finally, we're going to talk a bit about ownership and sort of reflect on whether or not we feel ownership of this application today. So those of you that have worked on the application we're going to talk about, this is hopefully the most interesting section for you. But all right, let's start with context. So where do we work? Well, we work at NRK. It's a Norwegian broadcasting corporation. And like we do television and radio and all those good stuff. And of course, we have a streaming service. You can't like produce video and not have a streaming service these days. And it's custom built in-house. We're very proud of it. And we're sort of working on a part of that big project. But you didn't come here to learn about NRK, although we're going to sneak a little bit of NRK into everything we do here. So let's move on to ourselves. I think in most talks, you don't really need to know a lot about those giving the presentation. But in this instance, it might actually be a point, because I mean, everybody's experience is going to be shaped by what they've done previously. So in order to understand why our experiences were the way they were, you probably need to know a little bit about our background before we started inheriting this application. So let's talk about me. It's my favorite talking point. I ended up being this kind of .NET enterprise guy. I didn't plan on it, and I guess some of my study mates have sort of might be quite surprised I ended up that way. But you start working, and .NET have all these nice features, and then you get paid a lot to work on like business critical applications, and they made it with .NET and Microsoft support and all that stuff. So in the new team that doesn't know my other background, they're sort of like, "Oh, Theodore, yeah, he's the guy that likes MSN and Microsoft Learning, and he probably reads all that stuff before he goes to bed." I've been F# curious for a while, and I've done a little bit at home and sort of like small projects at my previous place of employment, but never in the scale I do now at NRK. But Matthias.
I am Matthias. I've been working at NRK for 2 years. Before that, I worked with a power analysis tool written in Python. So I hadn't touched .NET before that. So switching to F# was okay, because it has at least less brackets than C#. So
probably the .NET language that looks most like Python, yeah. And we think that we might represent two archetypes that move into F#. So like the .NET developer that's done a lot of C# but not a lot of F#, and the developer that hasn't done a lot of .NET at all but finds F# to be a curious language.
So it wouldn't be nice to tell you a story without giving you the context. It would be like telling you a fairy tale while you're assuming it was a sci-fi thriller or something. So PS personalization, the application we're working with, that we inherited, is all about you. It's a system that handles personalization in NRK TV and NRK radio. So what do you mean when we talk about personalization?
Yeah, it's a really broad topic, and I don't think we can say that we handle the entire problem of personalization at NRK, but we do a slice of it. And of course, recommendations, for instance, is a personalized service that doesn't fall under our umbrella. But we're going to talk mainly about two features that are sort of our bread and butter. And that's our favorites. So if you like a particular show or a standalone program or a radio program or a podcast, you can put a favorite star on it, and then you'll get that presented to you much further up, so you can find your favorites easier when you log on. We also do consumption, and the idea by tracking consumption is that when you wake up in the morning and press play on the news show, and then you make yourself breakfast, and then you finish your breakfast, the show is half played, you move along, you go on the bus, you open your mobile phone, you press play again, then we know that you left off at that point, and we can start and pick up the playback from the same point. So you don't need to seek forward and backwards. And all these features are only for logged in users. So if you don't have an NRK account yet, please create an NRK account. But yes, there are some consequences of this functionality being sort of personalized. And can you tell me more about them?
So functionality for each user is separate and independent from another. So there's no shared state between the users. And we need to handle things pretty quickly when someone asks for their favorite shows or how long they have come in a certain episode. So also an error can be isolated to and only affect one user. And boy, we do care that stuff works at NRK. So we have divided each service in different colors. We have red, that is very essential. And we have yellow, that is somewhat essential. And we have green, that is nice to have features. And the archetypical red service is typical the front page or playback. You expect to play episodes and movies at NRK. If that don't work, something is deeply wrong.
People tend to complain if their news television program doesn't work. And especially when stuff happens in the world, it's, yeah, it must work. It's a red service.
Yeah, so PS personalization is a green service. Lucky for us, it's a nice to have feature.
And we do think that inheriting a nice to have feature service makes things a lot easier for new developers. I mean, sort of when we had to get over the hurdle of doing the first deployment, it wasn't that hard because we knew even if we break stuff, it's not going to be like a massive failure on NRK's part. So maybe inheriting green systems are a bit easier than inheriting a red system.
So let's also have a quick look at the traffic in PS personalization. Even though we're only serving authenticated users, we are having a lot of traffic, between 50 and 80 million requests every day. The majority of requests are progress reports. So when people use NRK TV or radio, we want the users to register progress at least every 30 seconds, but also at pause and play and skip. So during the day, that will get a lot of traffic.
So whenever you press play on NRK, please think of us. We think a lot about you when you press play.
So let's look at the average workday. I like to think of it as it starts at 6 a.m. and up to a peak at around almost 8. People are going to the jobs. They're getting updated on the recent news, listening to podcasts.
I do think you're a bit optimistic.
Okay.
So I remember we took a look, and it's like mostly children's television programming at the start of the day.
Yeah.
So yeah, maybe some people are using NRK like daycare service. I guess daycare is sort of a public health kind of thing in Norway. So yeah. Public service.
That makes sense. And if you look at the average Sunday, we can see that the peak starts about the local peak starts about the same time, but it lasts longer during the day. And it also gets a peak around the evening. The average Sunday gets around 1,700 requests per second. And a little bit about the big date in PS personalization. Easter Sunday 2022 was the day with the most traffic. We had almost 2,100 requests per second. Yeah, so it was like a regular Sunday, but on speed.
I guess Easter is a big time of year for us. Sort of the best mix of people staying at home and people wanting to watch stuff and all those good things.
And also a small curiosity, around 7 o'clock, there's a small dip in traffic. That means people are going from on-demand streaming to live streaming. We don't get any traffic from the live streaming service.
Yeah, so we have a sort of a hallmark in every Norwegian home is actually turning on old-style television and watching NRK news at 7 o'clock.
Dagsrevyen.
But at some point, we'll turn off a regular TV and only get everyone in on video on demand.
And finally, there's a big difference between the minimum and maximum in traffic here, so a scalable system would be nice. But you're probably dying to learn something about inheriting applications, so
let's talk about inheriting an application then. So before we're going through this section with some small stories about our experience of inheriting PS personalization, we thought we wanted to give you sort of a mental image and framework for thinking about how applications are experienced by the next developer. So let's say you're the original developer, or you're a developer that's been there the most. You have this wide understanding of the entire application. You're able to see the entire horse and the background and the man on top. And of course you are, because you built most of it yourself. You raised that horse from it was little. You probably are the guy on top. And you might have even built the buildings in the background. And the thing to remember is that people inheriting applications, they don't view them like this. They're not going to see the entire horse. What they're going to see is only a slight part of it. Like when you're inheriting stuff, you view it through this tiny peephole from, it's like being in one room and standing on one side, trying to look through the keyhole in a door into another room and finding out whether or not there is a horse or a donkey in the other room. It's pretty hard. But if you keep this mental image in the back of your mind as you develop, you can use this understanding in order to facilitate that kind of viewing of code better. So we have picked out 3 tips that we hope are going to be beneficial for everybody writing software that they actually want somebody else to maintain later. So let's start off with the first tip. The first tip is sort of like sidestepping the entire problem. As long as you're able to put code and other important stuff within the same cone of vision, then there's no problem. You can work with that without understanding anything else. The only problem is, like if you want your software to do anything interesting, it's really hard to only write software that works this way. Because in order for some tiny piece to do something interesting, it usually has to communicate with the entire whole. But there are a lot of techniques you can use to make things a little bit easier, like trying to put stuff that changes together in the same place, spending time on folder structure and naming and sort of trying to guide the developer in the right way and feel that they are the same place when they work with the same sort of related things. But it's simple in principle, but it's really hard to do in practice. So we're going to go through some examples that we've seen in PS personalization, starting off with our domain model.
So here we have an example of a discriminated union. So you learn a lot about the domain when you're reading the code for this one. In this example, I learned a lot about what you can favorize in NRK TV and radio. So here you can see that you can favorize a TV series, a radio series, podcast series, TV standalone program, and radio standalone program. So Fortunately, having a concise typed domain model helps a lot keeping important stuff in view.
And I mean, the first time I saw this, I was like, why are TV series not just a list of standalone programs? Why is this a separate concept? This makes no sense whatsoever.
Yeah,
But you explained it.
yeah. And what we learned was TV standalone program is just a fancy word for a movie or a documentary.
Yes,
So-
with something completely different entirely. So, although things in the domain model might look really strange at first glance, it's usually the start of a good story. So I sort of envision everyone at NRK going down to Colosseum like a movie theater, and they'll be like, oh, let's go to the single standalone TV program theater. And let's buy tickets for this next big standalone program. It's going to be great. And as an aside, our domain model and actually most of the code we have written are written in Norwegian. And at least for the domain model, we have found that to be beneficial. It makes it a lot easier to communicate with non-programmers or people not sort of into that slice of code. And when you hear other people talking about stuff that is related to the stuff you're working on, it's a lot easier to relate. The same words get used over and over again. And I mean, here in Norway, we like to think that we are really good at speaking English and understanding English. And I guess we are, but as we most definitely felt while preparing for this talk, it's sort of a big gap from a native speaker to a Norwegian English speaker. So you don't need to make your job harder if you don't have to. At NRK, it's a Norwegian working language. We can use Norwegian, and the concepts are Norwegian. So yeah, don't be afraid of using Norwegian in your code.
Yeah, and the code is not only in Norwegian, we also have Norwegian dialects. So some parts of the code is written in trøndersk, so we have modelltester og
Modelltester og radiostyrt, ja. And we tend to joke that that's because since NRK have to produce stuff in both like in several written versions of Norwegian, this is sort of our district mandatory distributed language Norwegian dialect part. We should probably have some Sami there as well.
yeah, and in the beginning, your vision of the functionality that the application provides is also limited. So therefore, it's a lot easier to start working on feature that has a limited functional scope. So when I started working with PES personalization, my first feature was to move database level serialization to protobuf. That was hard because you needed to know a lot about the domain and touch almost the whole code base.
Is this thing going to be serialized to the database? Yes, it is. And you can ask that question again and again throughout the code base.
Yeah, and the other functionality I was part of to made was a radio clip. It had a much more limited scope.
So I didn't feel anything about these problems because I arrived in November. And in November, I got a story from Geir. We're starting up doing push notification. It's this kind of separate thing on the side. You don't need to learn a lot about the other stuff. And it's been smooth sailing ever since. I guess the drawback is that I only know about push notifications now. But I know them very well. Yes. So what do you do when you can't keep everything in view? Well, there's several things you can do, and one of them is to think of your code base as being a mountain landscape with high peaks and dangerous streams and other things, places where things could go awry. And like when you're going from a hut to another hut, there might be a path, and along the way, you probably want some signs to tell you that you're heading in the right direction. So we want to make the case that using signposting in your code could be a good thing in order to help the next developer. So you can signpost in a lot of ways. One of the more simple ways of doing it is just to write some good comments. And that's an easy thing to say, but it's really hard to do in practice. So with a comment or two, you can sort of hint that, all right, if you change this piece of code, you should probably also be looking in this other place of the code base. And by doing that, you can give people a little heads up that there are more pieces to the puzzle than the one you're currently viewing. And we felt we had done a good job at this. Here it is an example from push notifications. So due to constraints, and let's leave it at constraints, we ended up with saying that, all right, when you first use push notifications, we don't want to enable it by default that you get stuff pushed out to you. So we want sort of the default initialized value to be false. And we have that 2 places in the code. So there's like the main place, and there's this little place on the side where you need it because architecture and reasons. Well, we're going to fix it. We're going to put up this nice big sign saying that if you change this value, you need to look in this other place as well. And we were very happy with ourselves. And we even said like, all right, we're going to try to break this now before the talk so we can see how it breaks and we can make other cool slides showing this story. The only problem is that we realized we put this sign on the wrong end. It's not at the start of the journey, it's at the destination. So when you change this, you go to the other place, you don't know about this sign at all, you change it. But then hopefully the other mechanism for doing signposting kicks in, your test suite, right? It should probably check for these kinds of inconsistencies. So we got the test failure, and it looks really good up on the slide, like, yeah, it's, do you have push notifications enabled? No, you don't have, but it should be that you have it. The only problem here is like, the output is, you have a mismatching DTO error. So the failure message itself doesn't really tell you anything about what you've done wrong. It's not like, it's a mismatch between 2 initializations. It's like, this value has changed and it's not the same as it used to be. So we go into the test suite and you look at that and say, of course it has changed. I just changed it. I should probably update all the tests. So then you go through all the tests and you update it, and
Success.
yeah, it works.
All green tests without changing the destination.
Yeah. So signposting can be very hard, and comments can be good, and tests can be good, but it's hard to getting them right. And I hope our story can be an inspiration. And probably trying to break it is the way to discover whether or not you've done it the correct way or not. And let's talk more about comments. So, how many here actually like using documentation comments? Yeah, great. No, you don't like it otherwise. My guess is like, I really love them. It's like, is there a way to write comments that is even better than writing regular comments? Wow. But my guess is that it's sort of the most untrendy language feature that somebody's going to evangelize at NDC this year. I hope so. But like, they're really great, and I get why most people hate them, because they can be rather large and take focus away from your code. And somebody has probably worked at a place where it's like, it's mandatory to do documentation comments on any public anything, anywhere. And then you get like these auto-generated documentation comments which says like things, name, gets name, returns, name, and parameters, none. Return value, string. Yeah. So like any tool, if you do bad stuff with it, the result is going to be bad. I mean, I do think that if you're using documentation comments to sort of describe the seams in your application and you spend a little bit of time on getting them good, they can be a lot better than regular comments. Again, because you can view them from both sides. The side can be available at both the start of the journey and the destination at the same time. And you can get compiler support like, I'm referencing this type that you should look at, and it has changed the name. And then the compiler actually knows that, this is a type reference and I should update and warn you about that. And you can do hypertext linking and examples and more, and use documentation comments. All right, I'll stop now.
And having a complaining compiler can also be an advantage. It's like this F# programmer's Pathfinder. So here we're looking at the example where we use the discriminate union type from before. We are not using the radio series field. So the compiler complains.
we've forgotten about radio. And that's sort of quite usual for me and Matthias, because we're 4 people in the team, and 2 of them are sort of radio persons, and 2 of them are TV persons. So whenever we do stuff, we tend to break the radio stuff.
Yeah, so using the compiler means it's easier to locate where you need to update the code, and it also makes you more confident that you did it right, and you avoid a lot of the usual bugs. So furthermore, it makes you take an active approach to error handling. For example, if you use a result type, if you handle the OK result type, you also need to handle the error result type. So what to do when an error occurs. So if you want to log the error or do something else, you need to handle it.
And what we're hinting at here is that F# has a lot of nice features that can make you write code bases where less stuff is allowed. And when less stuff is allowed, even us typing randomly at this application we doesn't understand tend to produce more working code than if more things are allowed. It's a bit like eating vegetables. You might be complaining when you're stuck there for the 5th or 6th hour on the same compiler error, but in the long run, it's probably good for you, and you'll lead a more healthy and stress-free life.
And now we've shown you a couple of ways to signpost your code. A lot more exists, so be creative with your signposting, but don't overdo it, because too much signposting obscures what's important.
All right, let's move over to the 3rd and final tip. So you can do signposting, but when you walk in the mountains, you usually have a map as well. And drawing maps is a nice thing to do about code bases and application features and other stuff as well. And the important thing to have in mind here is like a map is a way to communicate some kind of concept. And it's always going to be a simplification of what you're trying to describe. And in order to make that simplification, you have to prioritize. You want to show the important stuff, but you have to leave out the stuff that's not important. And making that decision and actually managing to focus on the important stuff, it can be hard. But it's like, if I want to go on a trip and I need to know if it's a steep mountainside or a flat mountainside, I need a topological map. If I want to know about the rain at certain areas, I need a methodological map. If I want to know where this talk is, I probably need the NDC agenda and a plan of this building. And if you use the wrong kind of map to try to communicate another kind of concept, you always end up with problems. But one of the easiest way of making a map is to write documentation. I guess a theme for me this talk is like the less code and more words you write, the better it is. But writing documentation can be really good. And the nice thing about using like such plain building blocks as text and images is that they are infinitely adaptable. If you want to communicate like an abstract feeling of loneliness, you can certainly do that with words and images. It's not usually done in documentation, but I've seen other people do it. And again, if you want to like underline, oh, this domain concept, it's used in this kind of way, all these things you can fit your text and images into. The drawback, of course, is that it's usually totally separate from the code. And you have to remember to update it. And it takes a lot of time to write. And actually writing text that communicates a complex concept efficiently is rather hard. So yeah, we have had experiences with this in PS personalization as well. The first experience usually is, oh, you have documentation. And that's a good experience. Mm-hmm. The next experience then usually is, oh, yeah, this is not that up to date, is it? And to be fair, PS personalization isn't that bad, but it's still like, yeah, some parts of it isn't that up to date. And I heard you told me that you worked a little bit on it.
The documentation?
Yeah.
Yeah.
So I arrived after Matthias, so I guess I benefited from your updates. And yeah, and the experience have been like, all right, if we have documentation that's not up to date, maybe we have too much documentation covering not the important stuff. We should cut them out of documentation and really focus on only keeping this lean set of documentation up to date. And that's one idea, but in the next, around the next bend, you see like, oh, this concept is rather important. We should probably have documented this. And then it's not documented. And this leads you down to thinking, all right, we should write more documentation. So I guess the sum for us at least is there's no winning in documentation. There's only a grind, and you can only strive to do it the best to your ability. But what you do when written documentation isn't enough?
You turn to living documentation. So people can be great documentation because they can adjust how they communicate concepts on the fly, so it fits your current needs. So being in a programming mob is great for this, since you're always supported by your fellow teammates. In PS personalization, we do a lot of code work in mobs, and that works great for us.
And being at an organization where you can actually work together as a team in that way, where you're not sort of just thrown a project like, yeah, from 2 years ago, somebody made this thing and we want you to update it. Being a place where like you have long-lived teams and where people actually value communication as part of the development process is really nice. And I think it's one of the keys that, one of the reasons that we felt we came into and learned PS personalization as fast as we did. I know not everybody has that kind of context where they work, but we still think that's one possible key to success where you're doing long-lived systems and want them to be alive after the first developer left the building.
So for me, it was great to have the programming mob to get to know the domain model, the F# language, and .NET in general. So we talked a bit about F# already, but now we want to focus on the experience using F# in a production system. So before we started at NRK and PS personalization, and we heard that it was written in F#, we thought it was going to be monads everywhere. It would be crazy custom computational expressions and peculiar point-free programming, but it wasn't the case. You see the code in reality here. This is code that you have seen every other place, written in any other language. So I was both disappointed and relieved.
I mean, you sort of expect to become a part of this select group that understands category theory. And then you open the application and it's like, yeah, it's some asynchronous stuff because we're calling other APIs. And then there's a lot of match statements. So we try to make the joke that, have you seen the meme where there's a guy standing and there's a lot of if statements? And he's wondering like, oh, is this artificial intelligence or machine learning? And I guess our version of this would be like a bunch of match statements and like, oh yeah, is this functional programming?
Yeah, and you can probably build production-grade F# with more advanced functional programming concepts. But if you do, you have to be precise and keep things understandable if you do so.
All right. Let's talk a little bit about .NET and F#. So I don't think we feel like insiders in the F# community yet. That probably come sometime. But as a sort of an outside view into the F# and .NET community, it sort of feels like F# and .NET has this love-hate relationship. Like one love to be a functional language part of this big ecosystem where you can find a lot of stuff and you can get a lot of support and you can run your stuff anywhere without too much hassle. But at the same time, it's like, oh, Microsoft, do you actually care about F#? Or is it just another language out there? Are you going to push features to it? And you can sort of feel like, depending on which person you talk to, there's a sort of a different feeling about this topic, I think. So this is just a rundown of our experience. And our experience has been that, oh, it's mostly quite easy to use .NET stuff, like standard library things, and a lot of other interfaces is like plug and play. You write F# code for it, and it works out of the box. And F# itself has a lot of nice language features that can be used in order to interrupt with code that isn't really written in a functional F# way. Like you have classes, and you can do all the same things that you do in C#. So if you need like a special feature to interrupt with a library that's mostly written with C# in mind, it usually works out okay. You doesn't always end up with the F# code you would have liked to have written, but it's not like a huge amount of code, and you can usually abstract it away in an okay way. And it's not just the stuff that you get in the framework that's good. There's also a lot of goodies in the F# community. So like you can find packages that wraps, let's say, interesting .NET APIs in nicer to use F# ways. And you can also find a lot of things like Giraffe. We use Giraffe a lot in order to build small APIs. And in addition to the stuff that's sort of nice, makes the .NET ecosystem nice to use, there are also a lot of stuff that's just special for F# or F# made, like property-based testing suites like fscheck, which is a really nice testing suite that can be used in C# as well, but it's sort of built by the F# community. And parser combinator libraries and all other kinds of special goodies. And the F# community seems to be quite out there and hardworking. Sometimes there might be a feeling that they would love to have a couple of extra hands. Like I use Ionide with VS Code a lot. And I see that every time Microsoft does a huge update on the .NET framework, they have a lot of work to do, and they would probably love to be another couple of hands. So fingers crossed that we can be a couple of hands in some years.
If you don't switch to Rider like the other of us.
No, no, Rider.
Yep.
Yeah, but there's bad stuff as well. And I think the place where we mostly feel like that mostly grinds our gears right now is when we're using the Azure SDKs. Not every one of them are sort of hard to use from F#, but some of them certainly are. And you kind of get the feeling that, all right, maybe they didn't intentionally try to make it hard to use from F#, but they certainly didn't succeed making it easy either. At the moment, we're trying to swap up to the new table storage library, like Azure Data Tables. And implementing this iTable entity interface in F#, it's really, really bad. Vincent knows what I'm talking about. And that's a sad story, actually, because I think F# is the only like big Hindley-Milner strongly typed programming language that could be part of this giant cloud enterprisey thing. And although I know that not everybody is sort of excited about enterprise programming, it pays bills. And if we could do functional programming to pay the bills, it would be really nice. So fingers crossed there will be better F# support in the Azure SDK going forward. And on to our final section. So we hinted at the start that we were going to speak about ownership. And we wanted to talk a little bit about what we mean when we say ownership. So ownership could be that your manager arrives one day and says, "Hi, Matthias. Have you seen this code base? It's rather large. And you know Johan, he just left for another company." What you say, "You own this now?" Yes, sounds good.
Of course.
That's one level of ownership, the sort of the mandatory organizational hierarchy directed ownership model. But that's not the kind of ownership that we're after. We're sort of seeking the kind of ownership where you engage with the application you're working on, where you feel that you actually care about the functionality and you care about how this application's functionality might be extended or might not be extended if it's not something that's fitting, where you actually care about the architectural decisions that are made in the code. And when you find some code that you don't like, it's not like, "Oh, this is the bad code that some previous developer wrote," but more like, "Oh, this is the code I haven't refactored yet." So we want to reach this code, this level of ownership because it makes it a lot more fun to work with the stuff we do. And also we think we're able to do a much better job when we have reached this level of ownership. And we have a test that you can apply to your own projects in order to find out if you reached what we called true ownership. And the test is to ask yourself, whenever somebody complains about your system, is your response, "Yeah, the previous developer was really not that good"? If that's your response, you probably not reached true ownership yet. If you feel that, all right, yeah, I can see your problem, and I feel that I own the solution and the application that needs to change to do this, then you're probably at a better place. So we want to go through the entire stack of PS personalization and say a little bit about how we feel that we own each part. And this is the point I hope for previous developers are sort of curious to see.
Terrified.
We'll see. Will be nice. Let's start with
The functionality. So the functionality is easy to understand, is easy to own. In PS personalization, we have progress and we have favorites. If you favorize a TV series, it will pop up in your content on the front page. And if that doesn't work, something is wrong, and we have ownership enough to deal with it. Something has to be done.
we have become those people that go to family gatherings and say like, "Hi, Grandma, have you logged on to NRK yet? Oh, you really should. Let's do it together." And while we're logged in, have you tried pressing the star? Yes, do press the star. On every show, Norge Rundt, absolutely press the star. And when it comes to the code and architecture, it's a bit up and down. Parts of it we do truly feel that we own, like the domain model. We might not agree with every design choice made, but like the whole concept of it, and that this is a piece of code that we have to live with and learn and experience together going forward, we feel sort of really bought into that thing. The same is to go along with PS personalization. It's built with an actor framework called Orleans. And I'm not going to talk a lot about actor frameworks, but the architectural decision on a base level in PS personalization is to say that a user and a user's kind of things, like a favorite, can be thought of like an actor. And that kind of model also resonates a lot with us, because the actor model has a lot going for it when it comes to separate things that can be kept separate. And the functional domain that we're working in also has a lot of stuff that can be kept separate. But there are stuff we're not that fan of as well. And I talked a little bit about FS-Check, this property-based testing framework. And property-based testing is cool. And FS-Check is cool. But like 200-line model-based, property-based tests are not that cool. They have probably grown and grown and grown. And whenever they fail, it's like either Geir, which is back there somewhere, yeah, he knows how to fix them. But we talked about it. We tend to like try to rebuild and rerun and hope for the best.
2 reruns is always enough. So
yeah, 2 reruns and then you're green. We should probably look into that sometime in the future.
yeah. And monitoring is maybe the hardest part to have ownership about. We have alarms popping up from time to time. And we also have a dashboard, but when a new exception arises or it's a spike in the dashboard, we don't know if it's something we can deal with next week or something we need to do now. So, because one of the previous developers can say that, oh, that's something we see from time to time. It's not that hard. So
and it's pretty understandable to see how you end up this way, because you develop a system and then you're going to put it into production. So you want to graph out a lot of stuff about this application because you want to know how it performs. And you don't really know perhaps what's going to be important and what's not going to be important. But like, you know how the application works, you know all the details from it. So having a huge board of metrics is good. And then you deploy it and you find some anomalies. Yeah, the stuff where the line goes across the the stuff where it shouldn't go above. You find those places and you put up some alarms. And you don't need anything else because you know all the things. So when something pops up, no problem.
yeah, and when inheriting the application, we wanted to own the monitoring because it's important, but it was difficult.
And we hope that the thoughts around SRE, like site reliability engineering, might improve these kinds of things. So SRE contains a lot of stuff about actionable alerts, making an alert actionable for somebody who hasn't worked on that application before. And there's a lot of stuff about doing smart notifications that you get from trends rather than just crossing a limit one time. All right, so when we sort of were near the completion of our slide deck, we sat down and thought like, ownership. Why do we feel differently about ownership in the different places of the application? Why do we love the functionality so much and loathe the monitoring? And to us, it came down to ownership, so understanding. So the pieces of the code that we understand or that taught us an important lesson, we feel strongly connected to those. We feel that we own those parts of the code. And those things that we don't understand, we feel sort of like, oh, this is not my plate. I don't understand this thing. And I think you can't expect to build a system where everything is instantly understandable because you want the next developer to own it. What you got to think about is like, okay, but maybe I can make the most important pieces understandable because then I know that the ownership and maintenance will come even though I'm not able to give the best kind of handover to the next developer. So think about ownership is ownership and how it relates to understanding is sort of our finishing point here.
So inheriting a large F# application went pretty okay. We have delivered new stuff to production without breaking it
That often?
that often. We didn't need to call back Frida and Geir from parental leave this spring. And I hope that I don't be called back either in November when I leave for parental leave.
But you know, Matthias, sometime has to be the first to call back somebody from parental leave.
Aye, aye.
So, yeah, to sum up, yes, you're going to inherit an F# application. It can actually be quite an enjoyable experience. And it was that for us. And we do think it is because the application we inherited had some stuff going for it. A lot of stuff was sort of like contained within small nuggets of functionality. And F# certainly could help with that, especially in the domain model. And those places where it wasn't put together, well, maybe there wasn't that much signposting, but we had great maps working in a mob. And then, again, this sort of illustrates that you don't have to write F# that's crazy hard, even for people that doesn't know a lot of F# from before. So we do think that F# doesn't have to be really hard for new developers. And finally, again, if you make somebody understand something, they will feel ownership for it. So I think it's only 1 point left. Are there any questions?
Yeah.
Is it large? Is it number of lines of code?
We haven't counted the number of lines of code, so unfortunately we can't give a good answer there.
What can you give, like, ballpark? Is it 1,000, 10,000, 100,000?
Maybe it's between 10,000 and 100.
Yeah, I can give one estimate. So when I first loaded it into Ionide, like the entire solution, it wouldn't load into Ionide in VS Code. So I had to manually go in and build each separate sub-application in order to get built, not executable, like assemblies. So the main process, when you loaded the entire solution, wouldn't time out. So it's at least big enough to cause trouble to at least simpler editing and highlighting software.
You said there were problems using some different libraries, which were obviously designed for C#. So what's the reason for sticking with F# for those problems when it's really easy to interrupt between C# and F#?
Ooh, great question. So I think you can either say that, previously I built a system, a rather smaller one, but also like a production system that used that strategy to interface with the world around it. So it was like, when we were going to the database, there was this small C# shim, and the C# code was written in a way that was targeting F#. So it was mainly using models from an F# assembly and so on and so on. And that worked out okay, but a nice thing about F# is that you can so easily use result types and those kind of things that sort of fits very well with the borders of your application environment. So even though you might have to write a little piece of code that is it's not optimal. The stuff you get after it when it's F sharp the entire way can be pretty good. Was that an answer?
Yeah.
Yep. Any other questions? Yeah, Ingvar.
You talk about mob programming. Could you tell, how do you do that? Do you have any practice on doing it?
Yeah. Do you want to take this?
Yeah, we have we sit together almost from the morning on and solve different problems. We prioritize tasks together and solve them and discuss architecture and code, writing code and writing the tests as well. So.
And then we sit down with not one computer because we're all really individualistic. So everybody wants their own keyboard and mouse and stuff. So we put on a timer and then I start for 10 minutes. And when my 10 minutes are up, there might be Matthias. And Matthias doesn't want to use my keyboard and I doesn't want to use his. So we move along to his computer. And then we move along to Frida's computer and Gaia's computer. And then we're back at my computer where I can finally use my nice keyboard. Any other questions? All right.
Yeah.
If
One more question. Back there.
I'll just stand up.
Yeah.
From your perspective of like a new developer starting on a large project with a language you recently haven't worked with, what would you recommend like starting with to get quickly like familiar with the project?
A mob programming task with a limited scope would be fine. To just keep to start with a domain model, maybe.
Yeah, I think that's a good sum up as well. If the team that you're becoming a part of has sort of some self-contained tasks, and they are able to dedicate the resources, or well, we don't really think that way because we think that mob programming actually makes you work faster. That's a long story we're not going to cover here. But if you're able to work on that limited piece of functionality along with another developer, there's probably not any faster ways to get into the code base, in our view.
More questions?
Well, so you say that you inherited this code base, right? What happened to the previous devs on the code base? Did they leave or die? Or
They're all dead, Jim. No, actually, it's a very good question because in a team where you work as a mob, people might change jobs and go away, but you don't ever really end up in the situation where you're just stuck with something and there's nobody there. I think the way we felt that nobody was there was when people were on parental leave. Then we were sort of stuck without the støttehjul. But yeah, the way you work sort of, it really impacts if there's a big inheritance or a small one. Or you should maybe turn it around because big inheritance is good, but not in software. I think we're sort of running close to our end on time here. If you have other questions, we're going to be at the NRK stand down on the floor. Just pop by and say hello. You can also just send us a tweet if you have something you think about later. Fire away, and I think that's all for now. Thank you very much all for coming.
Kjempegode spørsmål.
Utrolig bra.
Ja, jeg hadde egentlig ikke tenkt over at det kom så mange spørsmål.
Jeg synes det er nesten ingenting som er morsommere enn... Takk.
Så bra.
Orleans med sharp.
Ja.
Hvordan fungerer det?
Nei, det funker egentlig veldig greit, det. Det er... så vi er jo kanskje litt hakket bedre. Nei, men livets lys! Godt å se deg. Så vi er nok blitt mer eksperter på å skrive klasser og sånt med Sharp enn det kanskje
Det var deilig.
ferdig. Men vi bruker jo Lean.
Du har ikke mye C-sharp da?
Nei, sånn.
Graden er jo en klasse, og så har du metodeklasse.
Ja, vi gjør egentlig akkurat det samme.
Vi tok jo
Sånn er det ikke helt.
Sorry?
Yours. There you go.
Yeah. Whoa. Oh man, the crowd today.
I know.
Everyone's here.
There's one person in the back at least.
Okay, it is very bright, but I'm pretty sure I'm getting the thumbs up that I am on and therefore should not stop saying mean things about the people in the audience. Good afternoon, everybody. Thank you for coming along to my session this afternoon. I know it already feels a little bit like it's the Friday afternoon. We're not really used to being back at conferences. Whole yesterday, people talking, learning stuff was exhausting. And unlike the last couple of years, we had to leave the house and like put on real pants to come here. So we'll try and keep this a nice light session this afternoon so that you can recharge and get through the final session before the party tonight. So let's get started. Hi, my name is Amy. I'm a freelance front-end developer, which means I spend most of my time at the beach and the rest of the time working from my pajamas. So in theory, the pandemic changed absolutely nothing for me, except I was technically allowed to leave the state. I just wasn't going to be allowed back in if I did. I'm heavily involved in the Perth tech community. I run a user group, the Perth Azure user group, and am vice chair and director of conference content for what I've been told is the largest tech conference in Australia, DDD Perth, which ran a couple of weeks ago. I also have a beautiful grey and white border collie who features fairly heavily in my talks because who doesn't like looking at pictures of dogs? And he's not a huge fan of the fact that I'm leaving again, although to be fair, he does far prefer my partner to me, so I'm also not sure that he actually knows that I'm gone. Today, we're going to talk about how to build a Quokka bot, which is a side project that I did for fun, which has zero practical uses whatsoever a couple of years ago. So we're going to go through, and because I don't know any better, this talk is pretty much all live demo. So we're going to keep our fingers crossed and build a Quokka bot. So for those who don't know what a Quokka is, thank you for completely trusting the fact that you have no idea what you're walking into here. Quokkas, as the image suggests, are very small, cute little animals. They are only found in one island off the coast of Western Australia where I live. They have no natural predators on this island, and as such, they don't realize that they should be afraid of people. They also always look like they're smiling. So because you can get up close and personal and they look like they're smiling, they take excellent selfies. The paws struggle to hold the cameras, so usually you've got to do it for them. Now, because everyone's familiar that everything in Australia is trying to kill them, everyone knows this, right? Everything in Australia is trying to kill us? Hardly ever happens, yes. Because everything's trying to kill us, I wanted to build something to showcase that we do have some cute animals as well. There are non-lethal creatures in Australia. So a few years ago, for an event that was happening in Sydney, I had to build a chatbot in, I think it had about 10 minutes. And so I decided to build a bot that sent you pictures of quokkas. So we used very, very advanced AI in the bot, where if you sent a message that included the word quokka, it would send you a picture of a quokka. If you didn't include the picture of a quokka, if you didn't include the word quokka, it would send you a picture of my dog. So either way, you ended up with a cute photo. After I did this demo, I was like, this was actually really easy. It was fun to play around with some stuff. I got to tinker with serverless, which I don't normally get to do. I was chatting with some friends at the drinks afterwards, where all good ideas come from. And someone went, why don't you add AI to it? We could do image recognition. And so, because that's where all good ideas come from, we decided to tinker with it a little bit and add some cognitive services using the Microsoft Azure Cognitive Services Custom Vision tool, which allowed us to use machine learning, aware, not AI, machine learning, to recognize pictures of quokkas. So you can send in a picture and it would tell you if the picture contains a quokka or not. So today we're going to go through and start building out the bot. Now, this bot is built using WhatsApp. As much as I would love to not use a Facebook product, unfortunately, most telcos around the world are really weird about people using their phone systems for APIs, so they won't let you do anything with MMS. So to send and receive images, we went with using WhatsApp. So let's get started. So here I have an Azure function already set up and ready to go. And I'm going to start off by requiring the package from Twilio, which I'm going to use to generate and send the message. And then I'm not going to type this, I'm just going to copy and paste it, because we have better things to do today than watch me fumble with a keyboard. What we're going to do is we're going to go through and create a messaging response from the package. The messaging response uses a certain a language called TWIML, which is pretty much XML. We use that to generate the message. Now, in our function, we set the message body to be welcome to Crockabot. And this should do it. So then if I open up WhatsApp and go, hi, in theory, I should get a response. Welcome to Crockabot. So pretty quickly, we've been able to get some responses. But I did say we wanted to choose what people were looking at. So we're going to go through and use our very, very advanced AI, otherwise known as an if-else statement. Sorry. So we're going to go through, and when someone sends us a message, we actually want to know what the message says. So to do this, we're going to have to pass the message, and we're going to have to use the query string package for that. And then I'm going to pass the message that comes through. So I'm going to pass the body, and then the text is the body of the body. And then I'm going to log that out to the console just so we can have a look at what's going on. So now when I send a message and go, hi, it's gone through and processed it, and somewhere here what's worked. I need to use context log because I'm doing Azure Functions. And now, here, in amongst all the other stuff, I can see I have a message that says hi. What's up, Crockabot? We're at NDC Oslo, so something a little bit more. What's up, Crockabot? We're at NDC Oslo. Apparently we're not sure that we're at NDC Oslo. So, once we've gone through and gotten that, we're then going to add our very advanced AI. So, I'm going to grab this over here. If the message contains the word quokka, we're being case insensitive here. We're going to test it against the text and set the message body to be you want a quokka. We let them know that they're asking for a quokka. If not, we're going to set the message body to say, well, you didn't ask for a quokka. You sure? Because clearly you want a quokka. Can I have a quokka? And I should get a response back. I didn't save it. And let's try again. Can I have a quokka? It is really not liking me today. Just going to remove this altogether. Wow, Quokka is determined. I'm going to restart this.
It's context.down is
Yeah.
Line 25.
line 25 is where you're getting welcome to it, so that's what's returning. You have to body return message.
Ah, good point. So really this should not have worked before. Everyone learns more by helping me, right? Okay, this is what I should have. Context.done, and we're setting the body to the message to string, and we're also setting the headers to use text XML because we're using XML for the Twiml message. Now, I should get a response back. It is really not liking me today. Ah, there we go. Stray bracket somewhere. What are we, 6th time lucky? Here we go. Yay. Hi, you didn't ask for a quokka. Are you sure? Can I have a quokka? You want a quokka. Awesome. So, but when someone asks for a quokka, we don't just want to tell them, hey, you asked for a quokka. They kind of already know that. We want to give them an image. So to do that, I'm going to well, to do that, we're going to go through and we're going to have a look at another function we're using. I'm not going to go through and type this all out because we don't have time for that, because clearly I'm going to take a little bit longer to actually write the code. So here, what we're going to do, this is not the one I want. Here. Okay. Here, what we're going to do is we're going to go through and have a look, and we're going to check, does the message include the word quokka? If it does, we're going to give it an image. Now, this image is also being randomly generated based on the fact that we have 20 images in a folder, and it will randomly generate which image it uses each time. The fallback from our if statement is we're then still going to send them a picture of a quokka, because you know what, even if they haven't asked for a picture of a quokka, clearly people don't realize that they want a picture of a quokka. So we're going to go through and I'm going to pull in my quokkabot function. And because I'm doing this check elsewhere, I'm going to go through and I'm going to build a reply using my external Quokka function. No, wrong one. There we go. So I'm going to build my reply. I'm going to feed in the text that I get in the image, and my Quokka function uses different versions it will get back, and I'm specifically letting it know I want to use plain text, not HTML. And let's log out the reply that we get back. So now I go, I'm just going to go hi. And here, I have logged out to my console. Welcome to Quokka. It's sending us a whole bunch of information. And here it has a URL to an image of a Quokka. So at the end of my function, I'm going to go through and now set message.body to equal the reply.body, which the Quokka function is generating, and message.media to equal reply.media, which is the image URL. Now, when I send through hi, I should get a response back, which is, welcome to Quokka. I can do a bunch of different things. Need a picture? Just ask me. Not sure if you've seen a Quokka, send in a picture and I will tell you if there's a Quokka in it. Now, can I have a Quokka? And there's a picture of a Quokka. You might not be able to see it. The Quokka's a little bit small. The Quokka decided it wanted to hire a bike, which is the best way to get around Rottnest Island. So here we go. We've gone through and we're checking whether or not someone has asked for a Quokka, and we'll send them a picture of a Quokka. And if someone hasn't asked for a Quokka, we're going to send them a picture of a Quokka and let them know what else we can do. But the whole point of this is we need people to be able to send in pictures and work out if there's a Quokka in it. So this is where the Custom Vision API comes into play. Now, Custom Vision was a recommended tool when I got started doing this. The main reason I used it was because it was really easy and I didn't have to delve too deep into how machine learning worked or spend a lot of time working out how to do it. I gave it a bunch of images and I said, these are Quokkas. And then I gave it a bunch of other images and said, these are not Quokkas. And then I clicked the button that said train model, and it spent a whole lot of time thinking, and it identified a whole lot of things, so it was able to recognize Quokkas. We then went through and tried to confuse it with a bunch of other things. Like, so when you find Lego Quokkas, we're like, this is still a Quokka. So we're really confused about the fact that that was a Quokka, same as illustrations of Quokkas and pictures of not Quokkas. Because they try and get in everywhere, so they've got to have these little doors to stop them from getting into stores. So we sent in a whole lot of pictures to train it on how it went. So this training model has been through a lot of iterations. I think we're currently at version 13. So I've gone through and done it. At the start, it was fairly good. There are a few different Australian animals that confused it. Wallabies, small kangaroos. Wombats confused it for some reason. I think they probably don't see the tails in the Quokkas and the fact that wombats don't have tails or don't have long tails. So it was confused about that for a while. However, a whole bunch of people sent these animals in. I was able to go through and recategorize it. So on each image, I'm able to go through and let it know that actually it's wrong. A wombat is not a Quokka, and that's able to make it more accurate. So it has been super useful having a whole lot of people on the internet doing it. When it was really confused about wombats, one person sat there and sent in like 40 photos of wombats. and I was able to go through and retrain it and go, these are not quokkas. So later on in the talk, you're going to get a chance to go through and try this out yourself. So I challenge anybody who manages to trick Quokka and send in something that it thinks is a quokka that it's actually not, because at the moment it's looking pretty accurate. So we're going to go through and link up custom vision to our Quokka. So to do this, I'm just going to copy and paste this all across and then we can talk through the code. So I have another file here, which is Quokka test, which is where I go through and run the test on the image. So custom vision has two API clients. There's prediction and training, I think is the other one. So if I wanted, I could set it up. People could send in pictures of quokkas and it would retrain the model. But for the moment, we're just doing prediction. I then have all my API key credentials, which I have saved elsewhere because I only showed my API key that one time and I swear it's not going to happen again. Turns out most services are actually really good. I think I managed to get like 2 minutes before I had an email going, yeah, you realize you made this public. We've cut it off. Here's how to get a new one. So we go through, we create a results variable. We then fill the results variable by using our predictor, and we're using the classify image URL function. So this means we send in a image URL, as the name suggests. We also give it the project ID, so this is the particular image model that I'm training, that I'm running it against, and the iteration. As I said, this has been through multiple different iterations, so I can actually run it against a very early version if I wanted, but at the moment I believe we're running against 13. I also then give it the URL of the image. The WhatsApp API is actually pretty useful with that side because it actually gives me a live URL of the image that I can use, so I didn't have to play around with uploading it somewhere to the internet. I also then generate the outcome from the results, which we're going to go through and have a look here. So it gives us a whole lot of data back from custom vision, but we don't need much of that information. All we need to know is the prediction results. So it gives me 2 percentages, one for the quokka tag and one for the negative tag. So I'm going through and getting the probability from the negative tag and the probability from the quokka tag. And I'm then just going to return that outcome back. So I get the 2 numbers that I need. So I go through, I've gotten the image from my WhatsApp message. This does actually allow me to have multiple images being sent in, but for the moment I just want to keep it to 1 image. So if there's an image, if there's any number of images, I'm going to get the first one. If there is an image, I'm then going to send that through to custom vision. Once I get the results back, which remember that's then 2 numbers, quokka and not quokka, I'm going to send the results through to another function, which is quokka results. And this just goes through and formats the message, formats the results into a nice, easy to read message. So it converts the probability results into a percentage, so it's a bit easier to read, and it will then format a message. So I've got a bit of a function here. It says, so sorry, that doesn't look like a quokka, puts the results in, it's pretty sad there. Here's a quokka, or yep, that looks like a quokka, and then the results. And I may be about to be in trouble because my computer has just said that it's going into low power mode because it's refusing to charge. This is going to be fine. So we're going to go through and get the results back From that, we have the reply. The reply also then includes a photo, which we're going to go through and send as the media. We then go through and send the message at the end. So if we didn't get an image, we still run the reply through the Quokka function, but this time is when it gives us some information about Quokka, what you can do, and again, sends a picture of a Quokka. So now I'm going to go through and send in an image. Here's one I prepared earlier. So it's going to go through, it's going to have a look and run this through custom vision, and I should get some results back. And it says, yes, that looks like a Quokka. Now, if you don't believe me, if you think that I have clearly planned this, give it a go yourself. So if you have WhatsApp installed on your phone, you should be able to scan this QR code and it will open up a new conversation with Quokka. I will also add a disclaimer that all photos that are sent into Quokka will at some point soon be shown on the screen. Please keep this in mind. Be aware of the conference code of conduct, and please don't get me in trouble. So, once we've gone through and done that, everybody should be able to send in pictures and get back results on whether or not that is a Quokka. Perhaps you don't have a picture of a Quokka to send in or something that looks like a Quokka. Remember, you can still ask it for a picture. But this isn't super interesting to do all the time. Like, it's okay to be able to send in images, but we wanted something that was a little bit more interactive for if I wanted to showcase the bot at a conference. So we're using another API, which is a sync API, which I'm not going to go into too much, but every time someone sends in an image, I add that image to a list of past results, as well as the results that you get back from custom vision. Every time Quokka sends an image, I will then also go through and update the previously sent image, which I'm then able to build out in a results page. So this page is live updating. So as people send in pictures of Quokkas or things that might look like Quokkas, this page should go through and update to include the last sent in image, the results from the last sent in image, and then the last picture that Quokka sent back. So this way I'm able to go through and see what people are sending in and see the results that have come back, which is pretty cool. So after we went through and did all this, I was like, well, you know, not everybody uses WhatsApp. So I'd really love to include another form of communication for Quokka. So I had to think about some really good, well-used modern forms of communication and which ones we could integrate. Like, clearly fax was a high up one. Unfortunately, all the companies that offer fax APIs no longer do. Apparently people aren't using faxes anymore. So I went with the next most popular form of communication, which is email. Because who doesn't love emails? So I'm not going to go through this because anybody who really would like to know about how fun it is to deal with email APIs, happy to come up to me later. I'm happy to answer any questions that you have, or for me to just tell you how much fun it was to deal with doing this. So for anybody who hasn't dealt with email APIs before, fun fact, emails from APIs typically come through as multi-part form data, which is a particularly fun format of data to deal with, mainly because there's a lot of packages out there to pass said data, so it's really, really easy to use, except the time that I was doing this, none of them worked with Azure Functions. They were all really good for like Express or something like that. None of them worked with Azure Functions. However, one did work with Azure Functions. The only problem was it was assuming multi-part form data was more from like a HTML form, and it didn't like images coming through. So I spent a lot of time fighting with that, and thankfully had quite a few friends who got roped into helping me with the fact that I was not a fan of JavaScript and things were not working. And eventually we got it sorted. So, for our email function, we go through and pass the form data, which is now super easy to do because they fixed the package I was using. We then go through and check, does the email include an image? If so, I get the image. This image comes through as a buffer, which means I can still send it through to custom vision, but for WhatsApp, we used the classify image URL. For emails, we use the classify image buffer function. So we send through the buffer of the image file. We then go through, and I've been using the SendGrid API to receive and send the messages back. I go through and format a bit of information. We talked about with the Quokka reply, we were using plain text for WhatsApp. There are HTML versions of each of my messages as well, which I use for email. And the same as WhatsApp, if there's an image, send it to custom vision. Let my function know that I'm sending in binary information this time, and it will use the binary function. I then get the results back again as HTML, and then set the message as the reply. So now, if I open up my email, if I can find it. Now if I open up my email, I'm going to send an email to hi@quokkas.dev. I'm just going to send a message that says hi. And I should get a response back. Here we go. I have an email. Welcome to QuokkaBot. So I should now also be able to send through an image. There are quokkas in this photo. I think I'll insert it. hi@quokkas.dev. Is this a quokka? And then send it through. And while we're waiting for the email response to come back, you can try this yourself as well. So the email is hi@quokkas.dev. You can send an email through and talk to QuokkaBot that way. While I wait for my response. See, isn't email fun to use? This was clearly the best option. Am I getting an error? Fun. What have I got here? I think my image was too big. I think that one's probably going to be too big as well, but we'll give it a go. Hi at quokkas.dev. Yes, I want to send without a subject. And we'll give this a go. While that's going through and probably failing again, because this wasn't good enough, I wanted to let people know some information about quokkas. So I added functionality to send in a quokka fact. Now, I could have searched the internet for all of these facts, but that sounded like a lot of work to me. So instead, I open sourced it. And during Hacktoberfest, I created an issue on the repo and said, add a fact about quokkas to this array, and I'll approve the pull request, and you get a Hacktoberfest point. And it was really great because I had a whole lot of facts about quokkas sent in, most of which from people who I'm pretty sure had no idea what a quokka was, but they were able to go through and participate in Hacktoberfest. So I go through and grab a random item from my array. So if somebody asks for a fact, it will send through a random fact. So now I can go, can I have a fact? And here we go, fun quokka fact, number 511. Quokkas have the ability to swim, but you won't find them doing the butterfly stroke very often. This is technically a quokka. Wow, WhatsApp is not liking me at the moment. So I'm able to go through and send in a quokka fact. I also added the functionality. So as well as checking for if someone included the word quokka, I checked for if their message includes the word fact. If it included the word fact, I send in a fact. I also wanted people to be able to report if there were any issues. So we added the functionality of if the message includes the word error, issue, or wrong, it would then report a bug, which would send through an image to me. This is going to be really fun. Anybody happen to have a service charger in the room?
Surface is in.
A Microsoft Surface charger?
Get you one in about 1 minute.
I think there was one coming from the back.
No, I haven't.
This is why. Any questions while I'm plugging in? Do you want some questions early? Can quokkas see in the dark? I would hazard a guess yes, because fun fact, quokkas are nocturnal. So quokkas are actually nocturnal animals, which is why during the day they seem very slow and sleepy and don't really move much. But if you ever spend any time on Rottnest Island at night, they become entirely different creatures. They bounce around, they get into tents, they get into anything that you have food that you haven't tied down. And yeah, they become entirely different creatures. Can they climb trees? I would hazard a guess they probably can climb trees. They are small marsupials, so they can bounce a little bit. I'm not sure they'd climb, but they could probably hop up trees. Can you have them as... Okay, are people just getting facts and then asking me the questions?
Do you know if it's possible to implement it in Teams?
Yes, but I don't want to touch that. Yep.
Question not about about your project. Can you? So this was a side project to build this. Can you have? Do you have an idea on how many hours that it took? Oh, that's big. Say it's a big side.
How many hours it's taken me to build this?
Do you want to admit that?
Yeah, well, I'm not sure. I'm not sure I could work it out. I've definitely spent at least 100 hours on this. I'm not entirely sure if I've spent more than 200. However, taking the presentation into account, I'd probably be getting on 200 hours. Clearly, far too much. Yes, yes, the time spent dealing with email was included in those hours, so that was a lot of time. Yeah, half of that was fighting with emails. So, a little bit of information about how this works while my computer finishes its tantrum. For the record, it was 75% when I started this talk. So, there are two versions of this, email and WhatsApp. So the email sends when you send in a WhatsApp message, it goes to the Twilio WhatsApp API, which then triggers the Azure function, which sends it through to Cognitive Services Custom Vision and goes back again. The email version sends from computers or phones through to the SendGrid API, to Azure Functions, then to Custom Vision, and back again. There is information about this on quokkas.amyscapers.dev, which I will tweet out later, and I have information about how it all works, as well as going step by step through how I built it. So I wrote a blog post when I first originally built it, and then when we added the custom vision, I went through and wrote another blog post, and then I wanted to play around with the Azure Static Web Apps, and so I wrote another blog post as I went through and rebuilt it with that. So it was originally two separate services. There was the front-end website and the Azure function, but then I made it all under Azure Static Web Apps, which was really cool to play around with. Also has information about how you can use it. So if you still don't believe me, you're able to continue to go away and start bugging it. It does go to sleep at times. So if you don't get a response the first time, just kind of ping it a few times and it'll wake up the serverless function and sort it out. Now, this is a project that I say has zero practical applications and was entirely for fun and playing with tech. However, I've had plenty of people asking about ways that you can expand it. So what this is doing is sending an image through a various communications API. It's then sending that image through to a machine learning model and getting results back. So there are plenty of practical applications that you could use for this. I've had someone expand this and do redback or not API. So you send in a picture of a spider and it will tell you if it's a redback spider or not. That kind of defeated the purpose of showcasing non-lethal Australian animals to me. I kind of wanted to keep it cute. I've also had someone come up after I've given this at a conference, and they worked for a local government and wanted to use it to, if you could train the model to recognize what was actually recyclable material, you could take a photo of what was in your recycling bin and it'd tell you if something wasn't supposed to be there. So there are plenty of different applications that you could do it. However, I wanted to have a play around and have a little bit of fun with it. So you can do that. I will be hanging around for the rest, well, not for the rest of the conference. I will be around for the rest of the day and for a bit tomorrow morning. If anybody has any questions they would like to ask me afterwards. Otherwise, you can find me on Twitter. If you would like to know more about the Azure Functions and the Cognitive Services API. I'm pretty sure there's a booth somewhere that knows something about that. I don't know, there's people in shirts with lightning bolts on it somewhere. There's a Microsoft booth where you can go and have a chat to them. They're talking all about Azure Functions. So you can go and see them if you have any questions that I can't answer. Does anybody have any questions about the bot?
Is this bot still running? Because I'm not getting any replies.
Is this bot still running? Technically, yes, it should be. I'm going to restart it. You know what? I don't trust this. I'm going to switch it back to the live version. There we go. This bot is now switched back to the live version, so that should be running. Give that a go. Ask a question again if in a couple of minutes if it's still not working. Yep.
I have a question, a technical question. How did you came on the point to build this, let's say, just do it with Azure services and not with, because Microsoft and the Cognitive Services has also the bot service. So how did you make the decision just doing the WhatsApp and things with Azure Functions instead of the full-blown bot suite, and why did you think it's the best way for that project?
So why did I build it with the WhatsApp and Azure Functions rather than using a full bot suite? Yeah. So the original purpose of this, I was actually speaking at a Twilio Superclass event. So oddly enough, they wanted me to use a Twilio Communications API for my demo. So it originally did that. I think I had considered building it in something else along the way, but it's sort of one of those things where you sort of don't really think about it until it's like, oh, it'd be a lot of work to rebuild it from scratch now. I also mainly used it as an opportunity to play around with various different APIs that I wanted to try. So even though it was probably a bit more work to do it that way, it was an opportunity to play around with a few different things rather than a bot service, which I would hazard a guess, definitely make my job easier, but would be less fun. Yeah.
So I have uploaded a picture there. You see
Mm-hmm.
night vision. It says not quokka.
Wow, you've managed to trick it. A night vision quokka is not quokka. I am really impressed. Come and find me afterwards, and I have a shiny quokka sticker, very limited edition shiny quokka sticker for you. So that is impressive. Although, to be fair, I would like to point out that that quokka is very clearly evil looking. So, I would hazard a guess cuteness seems to play in the machine learning. Oh wow, I think it's disappeared, but I think there was a baby quokka in a pouch, which it said wasn't a quokka. So if someone sent that in and wants to come up afterwards, there's another shiny quokka sticker in it, because that was a quokka. Sorry? A fox? Oh, was it a fox? Ah, okay. So it was a fox. All right, I just saw it very quickly and then it disappeared and it looked like a baby quokka in a pouch. Oh, there's a fox that said, okay, if anybody has a result that it said was a quokka, when it wasn't, come and see me after the talk. I have some shiny quokka stickers. I'm actually really impressed. I haven't managed to have anybody trick it for a very long time. So clearly Norwegians have some interesting animals that look like quokkas. Any other questions? Yep.
What's the approximate pricing rate for the WhatsApp API or the Twilio integration?
What's the pricing for the WhatsApp API? I have no idea. So I think it comes down to like 0.01 cents per message or something like that. Don't quote me on that. but the real cost is you have to pay for the phone number that you use, and Australian phone numbers are super expensive to get. So I think I pay $5 to $8 a month for that one, which is super fun for a bot that actually sits there and does nothing for a large portion of time. So yeah, don't quote me on that one, but I think when everyone uses it at a conference, I pay nothing for that. It's really just the ongoing cost of having the phone number.
What about the Azure functions?
What about the Azure functions? Oh, I actually don't know about that one either. Come and see me afterwards. I can have a look. I'm not going to get my Azure portal up on the screen. And even if I try not to do it, it will somehow end up on the projector. Yeah, come and see me afterwards and I'll find out. Although, full disclosure, I am a Microsoft MVP, so I don't pay that myself. Any other questions? I don't think anyone's ever asked about costs. Any other questions?
When you were doing the WhatsApp thing, you sent in a public URL
Yep.
with the image.
Yep.
Does that mean any images you sent through WhatsApp are available on a public URL somewhere?
Yes, so when I sent through the image, it had a public URL. Does that mean all images from WhatsApp you send on WhatsApp have a public URL? I don't work for WhatsApp and I avoid dealing with WhatsApp where possible, but I would hazard a guess that means yes. Let me see if I can, do I have here in the console somewhere? I don't think I logged out the URL. So it would depend on whether or not it's WhatsApp or Twilio that has the public image URL. So yeah, it might just be the Twilio API that does that. I can have a look after, come up and see me afterwards and we can have a play around and see if it gives you a public URL for that one.
Is any of the code available on GitHub?
Any of the code available on GitHub? All of the code is available on GitHub because I cannot be asked making things private. Like, seriously, if someone wants to go through and have a look at my code on GitHub, that's fine, go for it. GitHub.com. Yep, so I can tweet this out afterwards. So it's github.com/AmyKaepnick/Quackers. And there's no security dependencies. Yes, all of the code is available there on GitHub. You can also see as I go through and made changes. I'm pretty sure it's got all the way back to when I first started building it on there. So you can have a look at it. There's probably still the commit of when I accidentally added my API key to it. So
There's a thing, just for your, there's a thing called BFG that will nuke all that for you.
BFG that would nuke.
It will go back and clear out all your commits and get rid of it, just so it'll be clean.
Yeah, I don't want that.
So you can clean up the commit, the one with the API key.
Oh, no, it's fine. So I don't need to clean my commit because as soon as I committed my API key, Twilio sent me an email and said, you've committed your API key. We've nuked it. Here's how to refresh it. So they sorted that for me. So yeah, all of the code is available on GitHub. I'll tweet it out afterwards. Any other questions?
Does aspect ratio matters here? Like, how are you handling the image aspect ratio?
Does image aspect ratio matter? I would hazard a guess no. I am doing absolutely nothing to the images. So I did look at processing the images. So that way if someone sent in a massive image, it would squish it down. But I started doing it and then gave up because that was a lot of work going through and processing images. I would hazard a guess that aspect ratio doesn't matter. I've had people sending in landscape, portrait, square images. So yeah, that doesn't make as much of a difference. The images it sends back, I do believe, are all square, but that's just because I've gone through and cropped them all and made them smaller.
So
Everyone just wants a sticker.
Yeah. Very wide image with a quokka on the edge, and it's not detecting the quokka. Is the image, which one? This one?
No, and if I see here, yeah, for example, left, top one left.
That one? That one.
Yeah, so it cropped like with, yeah, no.
Ah, that one. I'm pretty sure aspect doesn't. I'd say that's more. I'm pretty sure this is a computer generated quokka. It looks a bit like the ones we get in some ads, so that might not be it. Other than that, I'm not sure aspect ratio makes a difference. Anybody happens to have a really wide image with a quokka on the side, see if you can break it. Any other questions?
How fast is the custom or the validation with the custom what's the name of the API?
The image prediction, the custom vision. How fast is it? I'm not too sure. I think the results actually come through fairly quickly. But then again, I still think that, a couple of seconds is fairly quickly when people are like, oh, no, this should be in no more than 2 milliseconds. It comes through fairly quickly. It's the lag, I think, is more to do with the fact that my Azure function is like the base level. I'm not using anything fancy. It's not very big. It doesn't have much power behind it. And it's probably definitely not rated for when I use it at conferences and there's a bunch of people spamming it at once. So yeah, from my experience, the predictions have been pretty good. The one thing with custom vision that does take time is if I go through and do training, depending on how many images I'm training, it takes between a couple of minutes and like an hour to go through and retrain it. Does that answer the question? Any other questions? So wait, this is like the most, normally people are like, no questions. I even tried bribing people with chocolates at times. Like, if you ask a question here, I'll give you a chocolate. And still people don't ask questions. Any other questions? Cool. Well, I'm pretty sure we're out of time. Thank you, everybody, for bearing with my technical difficulties, my computer going flat, and the fact that I clearly can't write code this afternoon. I wanted to say this morning, but it's actually this afternoon. Let's just blame my jet lag 5 days after I arrived in Oslo. So thank you very much for coming along to my talk. I hope you learnt some interesting things today. At the very least, learnt what a quokka was, which is clearly the most important part of my talk. If you have any questions, if any more questions, you're welcome to come up and have a chat to me afterwards, or find me at some point at the conference. Enjoy.
Come on, I just want to mirror my. Hey, it's working. Check, check, 1, 2, 1, 2.
Well, it's officially 40 after, but I have this policy which I like to wait for, the minute and 59 seconds. That way I can start on time, but that person that walks in at the last minute can still be on time. And usually when I say that, someone walks in at the last minute, but I don't see anyone in. There you are. Thank you for walking in at the last minute. Thank you for being voluntold to be the butt of my joke. So, how's everyone doing today? Yeah, did you learn lots and lots and lots of crap that you hope to get to use someday? Welcome to another talk where you learn lots and lots of stuff that you hope to get to use. This joke is going to be apropos of nothing to do with my talk, but it's a fun joke that I like to start talks out with sometimes. I haven't used it in a couple of years, but it's a simple joke. What is a pirate's favorite programming language? You might think it'd be ARM80, but his first love be the sea. That was actually a joke that my son told me when he was like 8 years old. It's like, what's a pirate's favorite letter of the alphabet? And he told me that, and I'm like, those are both programming languages. Geek dad. So welcome, everyone, to Dungeons, Dragons, and Graph Databases. My name is Guy Royce. I'm a developer advocate at Redis. There are 3 things on this slide that matter. One of them matters to my boss. Right there. One of them matters to me. That'd be the Twitter account. And one of them matters to you, which is the GitHub URL. The GitHub URL matters because I have sample code and the slides and all that stuff, and it's all out on GitHub at github.com/GuyRoyce. So those are the 3 things that matter on that slide. There's the logo. Follow me on Twitter, please. And hey, here's code that you can actually use to play with this stuff. So I'm a developer advocate. This means what I'm doing right now is part of my job, which honestly is kind of a kick-ass job. But in addition to being a developer advocate, I play a lot of Dungeons & Dragons. I know that might come as a shock. I totally don't look like I should be playing Dungeons & Dragons. I totally look like I should be running the game. I do that too. But so I thought I'd include my character sheet here. There's a bunch of details on here, but the only thing that really matters is down here in the bottom right corner, my ability scores. See, I've got an intelligence of 8 and a wisdom of 8 and a charisma of 16. That tells you everything you need to know about this talk. It's going to be all sizzle, no steak. As a player of Dungeons & Dragons, I have a problem. I need to level up my character so I can take on bigger challenges and defeat bigger and more powerful monsters, get better treasure, to buy better gear, and the cycle repeats. And the only place to do that is a dungeon. You got to go to the dungeon to kill the monsters. So you need to find the rooms in the dungeons that are the best rooms to explore. You've got to find the best monsters, that are the appropriate challenge that I can overcome them and max my experience, but not so much that we have a TPK. And, of course, you need to find the rooms that have all the gold. And so this is a problem. All of us gamers have this problem. But since I'm also a developer, I thought, well, I could build a database. I could put all the rooms and all the monsters and all the treasure in the database, and I could query it. And I could figure out which rooms I could go to first. I could optimize my gaming experience. And of course, my first thought was, I could use a relational database. Right? That's like your default. What kind of database do we need? Probably a relational one. But there's another cool kind of database called a graph database. And so we could use a graph database. And so what we're going to do is we're going to explore what it would look like to solve this problem with a relational database, with SQL. How many people here know SQL? That should be everyone, right? Yeah. How many people here have used graph databases before? Probably a couple of you. A few, yeah. We're going to use a graph database. So I'll compare and contrast these. And so the first question that a lot of you probably have is, what the heck's a graph database? I can tell you one thing it's not. This comes up a lot, is people hear graph and they think it's GraphQL. Graph database is not GraphQL, although it plays nicely with a graph database because they're using the same metaphor. Graph database is a database. It's a database. It's a way of storing things, not a way of querying things. Of course, you do need to query your databases, so that's going to come up. But the question before this is really, before I can answer what's a graph database, I have to ask what's a graph. Now, many of you have probably taken math and done some graph theory. I have not. So if you are one of those people, you know more than me, congratulations. But we'll sort of give a 5 or 10 minute layman's introduction to graph theory, and then we'll go into graph databases. So a graph is, well, it's a series of nodes or vertices connected by edges or relationships. They can represent all sorts of things mathematically. This 20-sided die right here is a graph. The points are the vertices, and the edges are, well, the edges. And so this graph, its main purpose in life would be to represent a Platonic solid, a 20-sided die. Roll for initiative. But they don't have to just be Platonic solids. They don't have to be, it doesn't have to be geometry. You can represent all sorts of things with a graph. Perhaps the simplest graph is really boring. It's a null graph. That's a graph with no nodes, no edges. And some mathematicians debate whether a null graph is a real graph or not. It's kind of like saying, is null and undefined the same thing in JavaScript? I don't know. Why do we have null and undefined in JavaScript anyhow? But null graphs are, from a graph database point of view, an empty database, and so they're not very interesting. So we're not going to talk about it anymore. Let's put some nodes to our graph. So now we've got a simple graph. This is technically a graph. There's no relationships here. There's no edges connecting these nodes, but they're just kind of points floating out in space. So we've got a collection of nodes. We don't know a lot about them. It's almost like a set. Like you could represent a set using a graph without relationships. Probably not the most efficient way to do it, but you could do it. And this is perfectly valid. You do not have to have relationships in a graph for it to be a graph. It's not a very useful graph. So let's add some relationships. So now our graph is growing a little bit. It's got some, we can see that node E is hanging out there by itself. Nodes A, C, G, and D are sort of clustered there in the middle together. And B and F are best friends forever there in the bottom right corner. And so this is kind of looking like what you would think of when you think of a graph. Portions of this graph are isolated. So E is out there all by its lonesome. It's not connected to anything. It's an isolated subgraph. B and F are also an isolated subgraph because they're not connected to the larger graph. And in fact, the big part of the graph in the middle is also isolated from all the other parts in the graph. So we can refer to parts of a graph as being isolated if they're not connected to other parts of the graph. They're just little islands. If no part of your graph is isolated, like this graph here, if every node is connected by way of another node to another node, then it's considered to be connected. So we have an isolated subgraph. This is a connected graph. Every node has a path to any other node. Not directly, necessarily, but there's a path. So D connects to C by way of A or A and B. So connected graphs. A fully connected graph is when every node connects to every node. And this little subgraph here, A, B, and C, they're fully connected because A connects to all the other nodes in the graph. This is best described by a network diagram. You've ever seen that circle with all the nodes in a network and then you got cords going across it to make it like a star and everything connects? That is a fully connected graph. We've seen these before. I just did this one because it looks prettier with the rest of my slides. So a fully connected graph is where all the nodes are connected. These graphs that I've been showing you are undirected. An undirected graph is where the relationships they don't have a direction. A is connected to B, B is connected to A, they're related. There's a vertex connecting them, but there's no sense of, I don't know any other word than direction to describe directionality. But there's no additional information. You can make graphs be directed, and that gives extra information in the relationship. So now we know that A is connected to B, and it has a natural direction. In the case of an undirected graph, that might be like friends on Facebook. Like if you and I are friends on Facebook, because we are, right? Absolutely, yeah. Then that's a mutual thing, and so it's an undirected relationship. But if I follow you on Twitter and you don't follow me back, that's a directed relationship. Another example might be my siblings. they're all my siblings. There's not a direction to that relationship. It's just my sister is my sister, and I'm her brother, and that's just an undirected relationship. But my mother, there's a natural direction to that relationship. My mother beget me. I did not beget her, right? And so, directed and undirected. When we're talking about these graphs, we can talk about an idea of degrees. The nodes of a graph have degrees. A degree is simply the number of edges it has coming in and out. So node A here has 3 relationships, 3 edges, 3 vertices, and so it has a degree of 3. If we have a directed graph, it can have an out degree and an in degree, which is the number of relationships coming out and in, respectively. And probably the most important thing is that there really aren't a lot of rules about how things connect in a graph. This is neat and tidy because it fits on a flat piece of paper. But it doesn't have to be two-dimensional. It doesn't care about dimensionality at all. Anything can connect to anything. Nodes can connect more than once to each other with different properties. So here we've got A and C connecting to each other mutually in a directed graph. A connects to itself. So you can connect these nodes and edges any way you want. There's no rules. You know, you're unlike Ghostbusters, you're allowed to cross the streams. So that's my 5-minute graph theory, sum total of all my knowledge. A graph database is then when you take this graph model and you represent it digitally, and you lay data over top of it. So then the nodes become things that you care about. And then you can put data on those nodes. So these nodes represent rooms of a dungeon and properties on those rooms in the dungeon. And they represent the monsters of a dungeon and the treasure in a dungeon. And so here we have a monster, Alice the Elf, and another monster, Bob the Ogre. They've got properties. Fun fact, actually, my grandparents' names are Alice and Bob. Or, well, were, I suppose. They've been gone a long time. And so I suppose my grandmother was a bit elfin. My grandfather was certainly not an ogre. He was a very nice old man. But I've always found it kind of funny that, you know, this sort of stereotypical, like the classic element is it's always Alice and Bob. I was using it for years, and I realized one day, oh crap, those are my grandparents' names. But so you add these nodes now have properties. You can think of them as rows in a database almost. And then the relationships can have types on them to tell you what type they are, and can also have properties. So you lay data on top of this graph structure, and you get yourself a database worthy of Mordor. A couple notes about nodes and relationships. The nodes in a graph represent items. I tend to use them for nouns. And the relationships represent those connections between those nodes. I tend to use those for verbs. And so the nodes can have a label for what they are. They can have more than one label. So it could be a room, but you could also have like a chamber or a corridor, what might be a type of room. And they could be both of those things. And they can have attributes with strings and booleans and numbers and stuff in them. And a node can just stand by itself. It doesn't need relationships to exist. It can just be out there and you can query it. A node can certainly be an island. It can be isolated. The relationships are a connection between two nodes. They have a type as opposed to a label. They can only have one type. If you want to have a different type of relationship, you create a second relationship. They have a direction, and they can have attributes as well. So like leads to might have an attribute of distance. If you were doing some sort of pathing algorithm to find the best path through a dungeon, knowing the distance might be useful because you could find the shorter path based on the weight or the distance that's represented in that edge. And this is important if you're using a graph database. The relationships cannot exist without a node. So if you remove a node from your graph, the relationships go away. They're deleted automatically. So if you've got data in there that you care about, no, you don't. I find that if I'm doing it right, it reads like a sentence, where you've got a direct object, or a subject, a transitive verb, and a direct object. So the room contains a monster. So I've got a room node, it's got a contains relationship to a monster node. So, thank you for attending my TED Talk. No. that's all the theory and just the concepts around this. Let's get into the real meat of how to do this. Because we've still got a problem. Well, I've got a problem anyhow. And I want to optimize my dungeon runs, my dungeon crawls. And I haven't decided how I'm going to solve it yet. Am I going to use a relational database with the tables and the columns and the rows and the foreign keys? Or am I going to use a graph database with the nodes and the relationships? Spoiler alert, it's going to be graph. And so when we go to talk to a relational database, we use SQL or SQL. Which one's the right one? Quick show of hands. Is it SQL? SQL. Excellent. I get to be right both ways. So, is it GIF or GIF? No. Oh, well, yeah. Now I'm going to get all the red cards. Yeah. So when we talk to a relational database, we use SQL. We all know SQL. It's the only language that I learned in college back in the early 90s that I still use on occasion. Don't use any others. I still use SQL. And where you're selecting from the tables, you're joining on foreign keys, getting the fields back, filtering with the where clause, right? We all know this stuff. We've all used this a lot in our career. The equivalent, or an equivalent for graph databases, and the graph database we're looking at today is going to be Redis Graph. Redis Graph uses Cypher. And Cypher uses this matching syntax to find things. And it's actually kind of cool, because if you look at it, it's kind of like ASCII art. It looks like right? It looks like the graph that I want to query, that I want to match against. And the matchers is really kind of the cool part. If we zoom in on that, we've got this, the room contains a monster, right? That matches a room node. :room means match any node in the graph that has a label of room. The R means assign it to the variable R so I can use it later in my query. The parentheses make it a node. And so it's like round, right? It's like I drew a circle around it. Same thing for monster here. This finds any node in the graph with a label of monster and assigns it to the variable M. And then in the middle here, we have a relationship that matches any relationship with a type of contains. And you'll notice right there that there's an arrow on it. So we actually, hang on, there we go. Right, you got that little arrow right there. It's actually a line with a label on it. So you've got like circles and lines connecting them together. So it looks kind of like the thing that we want to query, which I think is kind of neat. And this is at the heart of it. And so this says, find any room that contains a monster. Match that pattern in the entire graph. You can imagine that if you have a really big graph and really poor queries, this could be slow. You can optimize that, don't worry. So to explore Cypher a little bit deeper, I'm going to go through our classic CRUD operations: create, read, update, and delete. And I'm going to show how we would do this in SQL, which we should all know already. And if you don't know, that's okay. I didn't know once too. And I'm going to show how we could do the same thing with Cypher. And this is going to just create nodes. We're not going to do relationships yet. We'll do that in a bit. So if we want to insert into a room, we need to have a room table created already. And so we're assuming we have a room table. And we say insert into room with our field names and then the values for those fields. To do it with Cypher, we call create. And we give it a pattern. And this pattern defines that node. So we're saying create a node with a label of room, assign it the variable R for our use later. And then we call set, and then we start setting properties on that node. Now, one thing that's very important to note here is that in the SQL, our ID and name are baked into the table, right? We have a schema. The graph node does not have a schema. And so we've decided that we want to have two properties on here, but we could add any properties we want, now or later. So we create it and we set a couple properties, but it's schemaless. So we can change our minds, do what we want, make a mess if we want. So this is the create syntax. It's fairly straightforward. To read our room with SQL, this is the first thing we learn. select star from users where clue greater than 0. To query a graph database, we use the match keyword. We'll say match r:\room. Again, that matches all nodes that are of type room with a label of room, assigns those to the variable r. We add a where clause to filter them out. So where the ID is 1. And we return it. So far, so good. When it's time to update a room, we use an update statement in SQL, which I've always thought was kind of, I've always thought these were kind of heavy. Like you got to set your individual fields and everything. It's kind of weird. I suppose you have to always just specify the fields you want to set. But so update room, set name equals statue hall. The statue room is getting more statues. It's getting an upgrade. My grandma will be pleased. To do this in Cypher, I think this is actually pretty interesting because in the previous one, we were saying match room where ID. We're doing that again. But in the query, we returned it. And in here, we're going to set properties on it. So whereas before, it was match room where ID equals 1, return. This is match room where ID, and then start setting properties on it. What's kind of neat here, too, is that because there's no schema, we could add properties later. So if their property wasn't there, we could add a new property as well, which would be very hard to do with a relational database, just because it's schemaless. And so here we're setting the name statue hall. We could also say like r.isTrapped equals true, or something like that, whatever we want to do. And then to delete a room, deletion is my favorite command. We can delete from rooms where ID is equal to 1. We've all done this. Make sure you put that where ID equals 1 or you're going to have a bad day. And maybe be updating your resume. To do this in Cypher, it's the same again. It's match where, and then instead of returning or instead of setting properties, we just delete the node. And if there's any relationships, those relationships go away with it. So we're at that point of the of learning where we think we know things, but we don't know them as well as we think we know them. I'm like, this is easy. I could do this. I'm ready to use this now. No, wait, there's more. It's the Dunning-Kruger effect. That was the word I was looking for. I want to make a note here on the syntax. I've been doing that match where, but you can actually, I've been using the syntax where match room where ID equals whatever. You can also embed that into the match. So this is a little more of a concise syntax. You're saying match the pattern of a room where the ID is 1, where it's got a property of 1. And you could put multiple properties on there. So you could say, I want all rooms to have an ID of 1 and a name of, statue hall. And it's inside those curly braces, it's just like it's Java syntax or JavaScript syntax. It's just key colon value, comma, key colon value, comma, key colon value. If it's a Boolean, you use true or false. If it's a number, you just use a number. If it's a string, you put it in quotes. So it's a familiar syntax. But this is a more convenient way to match things sometimes. And this works with create as well, where here I'm creating a room, and then I'm setting properties on the room after I create it. I can also just create a room with the curly braces and the properties I want. And you'll notice that I don't assign room to a variable here. I just do colon room. And that's not a typo. That's because I don't need to refer to the room because I've created it and I'm done. So there's some other syntax you can use here to make this a little more terse. And you can see this here when we go to create monsters. I'm creating a monster in the bottom right there. I don't assign monster to M, and I just give all the properties. And when I'm creating treasure, here you can see that you can mix and match these. So you can create a node with properties, assign it to a variable, and then add even more properties if you want to live your life that way. So far, our relational database, we've got 3 tables. They've got some properties. They've got some rows in them. We've got 3 rooms in our graph, or in our dungeon. We got 2 treasures, 2 monsters. Our graph is just a bunch of nodes floating out there in space. They're not related to each other at all, other than by the fact that they have a label of room or a label of monster or a label of treasure. So the next interesting thing that we need to do is we need to put a monster in a room. So how do we do this with a relational database? Foreign key. So we have to alter our table and then update that table to put those monsters in a room. So now Alice the elf is in room 1, which is the statue room, which was recently upgraded to the statue hall. And Bob the ogre, Grandpa, is in the armory. This makes sense to me. So in a relational database, we'd have to alter our schema and then make some updates. How do we put a monster in a room with a graph database? Well, we need to create a relationship. And to do that, we need to match a couple of nodes. So here we're matching a room with an ID of 1, monster with an ID of 4. So this gets the statue hall and Alice the elf. And then we call create. And we can reference those variables we used earlier without creating them, and then define the relationship between them. Say, create a contains relationship between them. So this will then put that monster in a room. It'll create a relationship where the room contains a monster. Putting treasure in a room is the same deal. I'm a little bit of a completionist, and I could not make these slides. So, but it's the same deal. We're doing a foreign key. We're updating the relationship. And so now our relational database is, this is a really common pattern with the relational database, right? We've got a root table with a one-to-many relationship to rooms, to monsters and treasures. Our graph is starting to look a little more graphy. The rooms now contain things. They have contains relationships. You still got these nodes kind of floating out there, but there's a few relationships connecting them together. And we actually have enough that we can do some interesting queries. So I say it's Munchkin time. Anyone play Munchkin? Everyone. It should be everyone, come on. We're going to loot the room. Yeah. Or look for trouble, one or the other. So we can query what rooms have monsters and what rooms have treasure in a useful way. And if we were to do this, say, to farm all the XP, I want to find the room that's got the biggest monster, or get a list of monsters by experience points. To do that with a relational database, we do a basic join. So select from a couple tables where the IDs match, and order descending. To do that with a graph database using Cypher, we need to match a pattern of the room contains a monster. So every room that contains a monster is going to give us a row of results. And then we're going to return the ID, the name, and the experience points for those rows. If a room does not contain a monster, it's not going to return anything. If a room contains only a treasure, it won't return anything. If it contains more than one monster, we'll get the same room will be there multiple times. And then we're just going to order it descending by the experience points. So the biggest experience points flow through the top. So this is actually doing exactly the same thing that we're doing with the relational database. So far, we haven't done anything with graph that we can't do with SQL and vice versa. We can do the same thing to get all the gold. It's the same basic join, but we want to find the room that has the most gold. And here we're going to find rooms that contain treasure. We don't know if they have monsters or not, but they can contain treasure. We could query rooms that contain both monsters and treasure by sticking some stuff on the other side of that query. So we have an arrow pointing back the other way. But here we're just doing treasures. And this is the same query as before, just with treasures instead of monsters. So this is kind of cool, but so what? This is just like relational databases with extra steps, right? Well, it gets interesting when you start connecting your rooms together. And this is where graph databases start really differentiating from a relational database. How would we connect a room to a room in a relational database? How would we connect a room to a room in a graph database? In a relational database, we need to create a new table. And that table is going to have IDs for the room that's going from and to. So we insert into that table that's row 2 in that table says that room 1, the statue room, leads to room 2, the barracks. And then this table gets really big. And querying this table gets kind of hairy because it's recursive, right? There's ways to do it. I always forget the name of the way to do this in I think in SQL Server. I know there's a word for it. I always forget the name of it. And then someone in the audience always reminds me. Yeah, CTEs. Yeah, that's it. So you can use CTEs to do this. I haven't used them. I hear they're a pain in the ass. So I don't want to. But you can do that. So this is how you would model this. What you're really doing here actually is you're modeling the graph using a relational database. Because you're saying, well, this is a node and this is how they connect. Connecting rooms and graph is familiar. Because instead of connecting a room to a monster, a room contains a monster, or a room contains a treasure, we just say a room leads to another room. And so we match room 1, we match room 2, and then we create the relationship between them. Because the relationship between the rooms is exactly the same in its nature as the relationship from any node to any node. And so this allows us to create a very natural sort of semantic structure. It matches how you think about the problem. This room just connects to this room. Whereas with a relational database that you've got this table, it's hard to reason about. And so our graph database here, for this relatively small problem, our relational database here is gotten kind of complicated. This big blue connections table over here is going to get big. Our graph database kind of looks like what it is. I mean, I put this over top of a map of a dungeon on purpose because it kind of looks like a dungeon. You can look at it and get a sense of, it's like a subway map, right? And so I think it's a tidier way to represent these sorts of problems. And with our graph database here, we should be able to do some interesting queries. But I just remembered an aside. So I did this same talk a couple months ago at NDC London, and they put a video of it up on YouTube. And the guy who did the map that I'm using in the background, Dyson Logos, he watched the video and tweeted at me. It was the coolest thing ever. I've been consuming his maps for like 5 years, and it was just kind of a fun moment. So if you're watching, Dyson, thanks for all the awesome maps. So we can do some more interesting queries now that we have these rooms connected to rooms. And so we're going to do some of these. And one of the syntaxes that allow us to do the interesting queries is these variable length relationships. So we've got a match down here. It's got a little star there. We haven't seen the little star before. What does the little star mean? Well, this matches a room, and that matches a room, matches a couple nodes. The star says, match multiple hops. And so this would match a room that leads to a room, or a room that leads to a room that leads to a room, or a room that leads to 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 a room to, you guys leave when I say that too many times. And so it can match multiple paths. Now, if you just do a query and match this and return it against a graph, that's going to be a lot of paths, right? So don't do that. That's a good way to get a timeout. But this is a query that you can do. And you can also give it some limits. So here we're saying it needs to be at least one hop away, but not more than 3. So this would match a room that leads to a room, 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 but no more. And so you can put boundaries around it. And so this lets us build interesting queries like, hey, I'm in the dungeon, I'm in a room, what are some nearby rooms that I could go to? Well, we could say, assuming I'm in room number 1, I could match room 1 leads to 1 or 2 rooms away, another room. And then I could return the ID and name of those rooms that are nearby. So this finds nearby rooms. This would be kind of like if you were doing Facebook, you could do a query and say, give me a list of all the people that are my friends and their friends, which you can guarantee Facebook does. It's that sort of query. That could be useful. Let's add a little bit more to it. Let's find the nearby room with the most gold. So here we have a little more complex of a query. We've got a room that we're in, leads to 1 or 2 hops away. That room must contain treasure. We'll return the name of that room and the ID, and the gold piece value of that treasure. Order that descending, so the most expensive, the biggest item goes to the top, and then limit it to 1. Now I know which room I want to go to next. The room that's 2 hops away or 1 hop away with the most gold. Nearby, because I'm lazy. Valuable, because I want to be rich. You could query the longest path through the dungeon. You want to hit every room? This query will do that. And the way it does it is it does that room leads to a room with a star, so it finds all the paths in that graph, every single one of them, every room to every room, and all the paths that can get to that room, not just the shortest path, all of them. And here we assign that to the variable p in our match. That's the path. Once we have that path, we can ask questions of it. So here we're going to find all the rooms and all the paths to all the rooms, assign it to p, and then we'll return the nodes that are in that path and the length of that path in hops. And then we can order that by that length descending, limit 1, and that'll give us the longest path between any room to any room. Should give us the longest path through the dungeon. Sort of the traveling salesman problem for Dungeons & Dragons aficionados. We can do the room with the biggest treasure. Here's some other syntax. Here we're using a grouping function here. So we're going to match all the treasure nodes, and then we're going to take those treasure nodes and say max of a particular value on that node. So this is going to get the most valuable, the value of the biggest treasure in the entire dungeon. And we're going to give it a name of max GP. Then we can look for all the rooms that contain treasure where the gold piece value is equal to that max gold piece value. So this will find the room with the biggest treasure. Or if there's ties, it'll give you 2 rooms back. And then we return them. And you can actually combine all of these together. So here we're matching for treasure and getting the max gold piece value. And then we use that to match the room that would contain it, make that the destination. And then we get the path from the room we're in to the room we want to go to, which is the destination. Then we get the nodes, the length, and we get the nodes in that path, the length of that path, and sort it by length ascending, which will give us the shortest path to the room with the most gold. Now, this is not the most efficient way to do this, because it ends up having to query every path in the dungeon to get there. There's actually a shortest path algorithm that we can use instead. So this does a very similar thing, but instead of just filtering our data, we're actually going to call a shortest path algorithm in Redis graph to say, from start to stop, give me the shortest path there. And this runs about an order of magnitude faster. Cool? I hope the answer is yes. Otherwise, I'm going to go back to America and cry. Let's demo this. I think we got time for a demo. I blew through that a little quicker than I normally do, so that's a good thing. So I've got some demos here. Can we see my screen? I think we can. This is the war room. Yeah. So I've got a couple little demos here. One thing I've done is I've built a random dungeon generator. And it will just generate a random dungeon and shove it into Redis graph. I create random names and everything. I'm not going to go into the code of the random dungeon generator because it's mostly about generating random names and random rooms and that kind of stuff. But it does write to Redis graph whenever it makes these changes. And I'm going to go ahead and run this. Just do npm. Is my font big enough? Or do I need to hit Command plus about 5 times? Everyone in the back read it? That's probably way too big, isn't it? Screw it. Go big or go home, right? If you ain't first, you're last. Shake and bake. So I'm just going to do npm start. That's going to run server.js. It's done. I now have a generated dungeon. Isn't that an impressive demo, everyone? Yay! Let's go ahead and look in the graph. So I've got this tool here, Redis Insight, which is a little GUI for Redis. You can get it at, I think I have a link to it in the end. It's redis.com/Redis Insight, I think. And I'm going to go to this little workbench here, and I'm going to query the graph database. So I'm going to say graph.query, And the graph I created is slightly different from one of my slides. I have a dungeon node, which has a name for the whole dungeon, and it has entrances and exits, but then it has rooms and monsters and stuff. And the IDs work a little bit differently, but this will show that this stuff is real. So query dungeon, and we'll go into here. Let's see, we'll do the select star.star. Select star from query for graph first. And let me embiggen that a bit too. So I'm just saying match node. I don't care about its label. Just match n. Give me any node. Give me all the nodes and return them. So this is like select star. This is just dump the entire graph out. And so this tool has a really cool visual representation here. We can go for the text response here if we want. Right, it just shows you all the nodes. That's not nearly as cool, so we're going to go with the graphical response here and watch everything bounce around. See if I can get that to... Yeah. It's a little tight, but... So here we have a random monster. I have no idea how to pronounce that. Zenith the Wraith. 6 rays. And the cool thing here with this particular tool is if I double click on that, it should give me all the relations. Let's find a room. Now here's the dungeon, the Forgotten Fortress of Olgpirira. But if I double click on that, this totally worked. Now normally if you double click on this, I think it's my trackpad. If you double click on it, it would show you all the nodes. This demo is totally failing. Let's do this. Let's match the dungeon. So that node is of type dungeon. There's only one of them. We say match D : dungeon, return D. So there we go. There's the dungeon, the Forgotten Fortress. There we go. And so here's all the rooms, right? This is kind of cool. And there's the has entrance, has exit. Here's the damp hall. There's 7 semi-precious stones, 9 gems, no monsters. Maybe there's some monsters in the big chasm. I'm not seeing any. Wait, there's a monster. 3 orcs, 6 wraiths. So we can sort of, using this tool, browse the graph somewhat awkwardly at this resolution. If you had a big monitor, it'd be really nice. And you can also get just like the text out of it. And so some of these queries I was showing you earlier, we could run here. I've got them in a little queries.txt here. So I go down to like, let's go to shortest path to the most gold the hard way. This is that shortest path to the most gold without using the function. I go up here, say graph.query, dungeon. I did it wrong. Yeah, it's got indentation in it. I've changed the version that I've used to do this particular aspect of the demo here. And clearly I didn't rehearse this. So let's add some spaces here. Put a quote there. Oh no, I've lost it all. Anyhow, I've got a better idea. Let's do it from code. So I've got in here just a little demo that shows you how you can query this using JavaScript. I use JavaScript because I hate myself. It means I go home at night and I cry. So here I'm just using Node Redis, which is the officially supported Redis client for Node. I'm creating a client. I'm connecting. I'm handling any errors. And then I call client.graph.query, give it the key name. My graph is in a key in Redis as dungeon. And then I give it a query. And so this simple query here is just going to match the dungeon, return D as name, and the ID. And if I run this, we can see that we get very hard to read JSON out. So let's do this. The -- silent will get rid of the node demo.js stuff. And then I'm piping into a command line tool called JQ, which is kind of like sed for JavaScript for JSON, which is fantastic. It's a great tool. And the main thing it's being used to do here is make my output pretty. So here we got our dungeon name, the Forgotten Fortress of Og Pirar. If we run the generation again and run this command again, we'll get another dungeon name, the Dim Caves of Bungo. Let's do one more just for the hell of it. One of these days, I'm going to do something that's just horribly inappropriate. The Fabled Castle of Hergbog. I'm going to use that in my next D&D game. But what we can do is we can take some of these queries that I was showing you earlier, and we can just swap them out here in the code. So we'll go to this query here, go into demo.js. Because I'm using backticks, that will work. So that ran in about 900 milliseconds, which isn't bad. It's slow by Redis standards, but it's not bad. And this is the longest path through the dungeon. These are the nodes, and that is the length of that path. So there's 3 edges between those nodes. If we do the other query down here, which uses the shortest path algorithm, we should see a significant improvement. I actually haven't demoed that comparison live, so you're going to find out with me how much of an improvement it is. I know I said order of magnitude earlier in the talk. I may have been making that up on the fly. Let's run that. 8 milliseconds. It's 2 orders of magnitude. I was totally making that up on the fly. I meant to say I didn't want to exaggerate, you know. But yeah, so clearly that's a lot faster, right? And it should have gotten me the same results. It actually gave me a different result for the longest path, the shortest path through the dungeon. Oh no. These are the nodes. These are the edges. Node, edge, node, edge. So they both have the length of 3. So it's the same path. So cool. That's the demo. It actually works. It actually works. Yeah. So let's go ahead and get back to the slides. There we go. You all see that? I can't see the screens that you see, so. So this has been fun and kind of a impractical exercise, right? But there are actually practical applications for graph databases. I hinted at some earlier, as we are friends on Facebook, but you don't follow me on Twitter because that's how you are. Thank you for letting me pick on you, by the way. Practical applications, obviously social networks. Social graph is an obvious, super obvious application. Twitter, Facebook, you got a social graph, friends of friends of friends. You can query a graph database and say, well, give me all my friends of friends and then their friends, and then you can do like intersections of those sets and say, this is probably a friend that you should know. You probably know this person because you have all these people in common. Graph databases are excellent for that kind of stuff. Genealogy. This is just social networks extruded over time, right? So you've got parents and children and siblings and spouses and all that kind of stuff. It'd be another natural problem to solve with a graph database. Transportation networks. All of your intersections are obvious nodes. Your roads are the edges. Bus stops, train stations, taxi pickups, those would all be part nodes on a transportation network, and then you could query that network and find the shortest path. You could weight those edges based on traffic conditions and find the best path given the traffic conditions. And logistics networks. So if you want to figure out, I had a boss who liked to use the example of poison spinach. It's like anti-Popeye. We had some problems in the U.S. a few years ago with spinach that had been contaminated with E. coli, and it's like, well, we figured out that it's in these stores where they bought it. And we could query the logistics network of the stores and the warehouses and the trucks and the farms and figure out which farms it could have come from. you know, I suppose I don't have this example here, but of course epidemiology is an obvious scenario for this as well. So, but too soon. So lots of practical applications. I actually think there's an even more application for Redis Graph, which is, honestly, it really would work for any database. A lot of your problems that you could solve with a relational database can be modeled neatly in a graph database, almost in a more, I shudder almost to say this, an object-oriented way. Like, object-oriented programming in my brain has always been programming around nouns, whereas like functional programming is programming around verbs, or procedural is programming around verbs. And this feels in a way similar. It's like I could easily map all of my graph entities to an object graph in memory. And so I feel like there's a good synergy there. So really any problem, you could model like a policy system with a graph database. And you've got policy nodes, and you've got customer nodes, and you've got writer nodes, and just all the things that you would have like on an insurance policy. But if you want to play with any of these practical or impractical options with graph databases, the easiest way to do that is to use Redis Stack. Redis Stack is, well, it's just Redis. But Redis with plugins. So Redis has this capability to add modules to it. You can add JSON, Redis JSON, so you can have a JSON type. You can add search, so you can search those JSON documents. You can add graph databases, which is what we've been talking about today. So you can use Redis Graph as part of Redis Stack. There's a time series mechanism in there as well. And Redis Bloom adds probabilistic data structures. If anyone was in Steve's talk yesterday on probabilistic data structures, he was using Redis Bloom. You want to get Redis Stack, go to redis.io/docs/stack, and there'll be a nice Docker command that you can copy and paste, and you'll be up and running before you know it. So, and while we're talking about all the paying the bills here, I've been working for Redis for 1-4 - 1 years. We have a Discord server. I'm often on it. Many of my coworkers are on that as well. So if you are a Discord user and you want to use these toys and play with them and do cool stuff and you have questions, you can post them on Discord, discord.gg/Redis. I think we got about 6,000 people on there now or so, or 7,000. It's growing quite nicely. The client I use to talk to Redis Graph and just to Redis in general is called Redis Insight. If you do Redis Stack, it comes automatically with it. You can install it separately at redis.com/Redis Insight. And if you want to, you don't want to install Redis on your machine, you just want to use a cloud thing, there's free cloud instances out there at redis.com/tryfree. And if you use code STACK200, then you will get $200 in free credits, and my boss will know that you attended my talk. All the slides are up on GitHub. All the code is up on GitHub, so you can QR code this link. It will never give you up nor let you down or take you to some site that it's not supposed to. Everyone's like, oh, shit. That's my talk. I've actually got time for a couple questions, if anyone has any. So yeah, we got about 7 minutes. Or does everyone just want to go start drinking? Yeah.
So in SQL, you would guarantee that only one monster can only be in one room because of referential integrity.
Yeah.
You don't have that with a graph database. So how do you deal with a monster being contained by two rooms?
So yeah. So the question was: you've got referential integrity in a relational database, and that keeps you from putting a monster, say, in 2 rooms. And how do you keep that from happening in graph? And the answer is you don't. A graph doesn't provide that. That is something you'll have to do in your code. So graph doesn't know the schema. You could put you could say a room contains a room. You could say a monster is in multiple rooms. You could totally do that. Now semantically that doesn't make any sense, but the graph doesn't care. You can connect anything to anything. Yes, sir.
Are you related to Santa Claus?
No, actually I'm not. But my father is Bigfoot. I haven't seen him in years. He's hard to find. Yeah. He went out one day for milk and cigarettes and never came back. Yes, sir.
Performance-wise, see that you want to do something fun like cover edges instead of nodes. Is there a performance difference between querying nodes versus edges, or are they like all the same?
Honestly, I don't know. I can't imagine that the question was, is querying against the edges versus the nodes more performant one way or the other? I don't think there's a big difference. There's probably some algorithms where this matters. Some of the built-in algorithms, like the shortest path algorithm, you can use weights on the edges. If you tried doing that another way, you wouldn't have access to that algorithm. So there's certain things that kind of just it works that way. Wouldn't imagine there'd be a huge difference, but I don't know. I find in general, I tend to, lots of times if I find myself wanting to put properties on my edges, that means I actually have a node that I didn't realize I had. So like I tried modeling who all ever played MUDs, the multi-user dungeons, text-based things? Yeah, okay, you're all over 40. In there, I tried building one of those using Redis graph as a backend because it was a very natural metaphor, right? And it would be fun for this talk. And what I ended up doing was I created connections between the rooms to be the corridors, and I quickly realized that the edges were actually door nodes, and then the doors were in rooms and connected to other rooms because I had a bunch of properties that were on those. And so that's just my sort of back of the envelope experience. And so I think if you find what you're asking is I want to load up my edges with data, you probably have nodes that you don't know you have. But that's just sort of armchair architecting. So, any other questions? I see one back there.
Yeah, so you had the room with the self-node.
Yeah.
The question is, does the database, when you query for a path and so on, recognize and keeps traveling through the same loop over and over again?
That's a great question. So he asked, he noticed that I had a node that connected back to itself. And when you query that, will it go forever? Can you create an endless loop in a query? Because there certainly are, if you go path to path, what are all the paths through some of these graphs? Well, sometimes they're infinite. It will stop. The graph detects those. I don't know how it does it internally, but it does do that. It won't run forever. So, great question. I meant to bring that up in my talk and I forgot. So, thank you for filling in my gaps. Saw another hand up there, right there, and then there's one back there.
How is the scaling? I've heard graph databases are quite memory heavy.
Yeah, so the question is, how's the scaling? Graph databases are pretty memory heavy. It's actually pretty good. Redis has some limitations because the graph is stored in a key. The graphs are limited to about 195 megabytes for a single key. If you are doing a lot of modifications, because it's in a single key, you can't scale it horizontally because Redis has to have that key in a particular shard and it lives there. Now, if you need to read, and if you got a read-heavy graph, which I think is often the case, then you can replicate that key to other nodes, to other shards, and then you can scale that out very nicely horizontally. As far as just performance internally, they can be memory hungry. There's two ways in memory to represent a graph. I don't have a slide for it. I almost put the slide in, but I didn't. One way is that you can have a bunch of linked lists. And so a linked list has a node, and then it's all the nodes that has relationships to it are in that linked list. And then you got a linked list for each node in the graph. That's nice and compact. It's memory efficient. But it's a lot of O of N operations across lists. Right? Linked lists, you got to walk the list. The other way that you can store a graph in memory is you can use a matrix. And that matrix then is all the nodes and all the nodes. And then there's a number representing a particular type of edge between those two nodes, and then you've got it has a space complexity of O of n squared. That's the problem with that approach. If you got a million nodes and you've got a million by million matrix, that's big, and that's where it starts to blow up memory. Redis actually kind of splits the difference, and we use a library called GraphBLAS, and so it uses sparse matrices to store that, which basically means it doesn't store the zeros. And then it's a very performant API against those sorts of matrices. And then all your queries are just linear algebra problems. And so it actually performs very good at scale. The bigger limitation is just you can only shove so much into an individual key in Redis. But yeah, that's a good question. I saw another question back there. How would I choose between a relational and graph database? So if I was doing real work, I would probably choose to use a relational database until I couldn't, honestly. The graph database, clearly the only answer is Redis. But the thing that's really the differentiator for a graph database, I mean, it actually is a good metaphor for the kinds of problems you would want to solve. But the thing that really differentiates it is the pathing queries. So if I've got nodes and I want to solve pathing problems between things, that's really its superpower. So for social graphs, it's great because it lets you find friends of friends and find intersections of those structures. For transportation stuff, it lets you find paths through a transportation grid. But there's lots of things that are pathing problems that you need to solve. So that's where it shines. And so if I had those sorts of problems, I would be looking at graph databases. If I didn't have those sorts of problems, I'd probably use something a little simpler. I would use Redis. Yes? What's the licensing on Redis Stack? Redis Stack is under the Redis Source Available license, which is I'm going to say it's a very generous license. It basically says you can use it all you want, and if you want to manage the infrastructure yourself, you don't have to pay us a dime, unless you're going to resell it as like a competitive product. So you can't take Redis Graph as a module, put it on Redis and say, hi, we're releasing this new graph product. Yeah, if you want to do that, you'll have to pay us some money, right? But otherwise, if you're like if you're an auto manufacturer and you want to use a graph database for some reason, and you want to use Redis Graph and you want to manage the infrastructure yourself, have fun. It's perfectly fine. Any other questions? I don't know if I have till 40 or 50. I think I'm done, ain't I? I've lost track. Yeah, we're done. We're a minute over, so. Thanks a lot, everyone.